Okay, let's see if I get the transcoder. Yep, looks like I do. All right. Pause that. Click there and there. All right. Welcome, everybody. Today is the day of fours. Actually, if I had this stream 3 days ago, it would have been perfect because it would have been stream 444 on 4/4. The only way it could be even better is if we did it in the year 444. But, can't have everything. All right, I have a few tasks to get out of the way before I work on the next big thing, which is log compaction. So this has to do with the consensus algorithm I'm using. Right now, there is a database for the game, and the database will only be updated whenever we compact the log, because as the game is making state changes, they're recorded in a sequential list of commands called the log. So the log compaction is about taking those commands and then just applying them to the database. And I want to do it in a way where we're constantly making backups of the database, so that if there's data corruption and I need to go back in time, so to speak, to recover something that was lost, I still have these files lying around. I can do that. Kind of like what I have in production already. So this is the list of steps that I think will allow me to do log compaction without losing any data. So the worst that can happen, I believe, is that we have actually there's two possibilities. We can either have a situation where the server is killed right after deleting the backup but before renaming the current one. So then I have to go back and I have to have a way to recover the game database from backup if it's missing. So if the server gets killed right after deleting the game backup, we should have the current game database that we can use, and we would just we'd be able to keep going. Yes. Oh, right. And if the server gets killed after renaming the current to the backup, then we get into the situation where game.db is not present, but game.db back is, and then we'll recover by basically, if game.db doesn't exist, see if game.db back does, and if so, use that, or rename it back to game.db. So another little wrinkle is that while we're making the compaction, while we're making the new database, will have to be any new commands that come in need to be appended to both the log from the old database and the log for the new one. I think this is going to work because I'm going to name the log files and the database files with stems that are the base indices, so there should be no collisions, because these indices are always incrementing monotonically. Never go back and use an old number. So yeah, you might wonder what happens when it overflows. Well, I thought about that. That's why in the actual stem names, I think I use 14 digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, only 12. So it has to exceed 12 digits. And that's 10 to the 13th power, right? So yeah, 10 trillion. Millions, billion, 10 trillion. So right now, in production, the game's only accumulated about 1 billion commands, or less than 1 billion commands. So 10 trillion would be 10,000 times as long as I've already been running the game. So I figure that's probably enough digits to keep me going for a while. All right. Gosh, I don't know if the stream is working because there's been no chat at all. No chat. Well, I'll be the first one to chat, to say what we're working on today. We're working on rewriting my game in Rust. What is my game? It's an MMORPG. Or a MUD, if you prefer, because it's old school. Since no one's chatting, and you're all lurking, or no one's here, I'll just go over what my game is. This is the production environment of the game, logged in as the admin on the admin console, so I can see through walls and stuff. So players see much the same layout in their client as well, only they don't get to see through walls, and they don't get to see where secrets are hidden, like monster spawners, that kind of thing. And the gameplay will be mostly in this text window here, which also doubles as a chat. Hello. And there'll be stuff like seeing what items you have and what you have equipped and that sort of thing over on the right. Hey there, Stephen Black. You're the first one here. So I have written this so far in C++ and JavaScript, and I'm going back and rewriting in Rust. So I'll show you what I have in Rust so far. Hey there, Rambane. Mostly lurking today, trying to start learning blockchain. Nice. So I got in the Rust rewrite of the game the login mechanisms working. There's 3 of them. There's 2 of them that are visible from this panel here, logging with Twitch and login username and password. The third one is if you click this remember me, and then where if you were to close the window and then open it again, it remembers who you were logged in as using a single-use login token. You can actually see it over here. If I make this not so wide over there, it says login credential, persistent login token, Rimo, and here's the token, right? So it's a use once, so even if it were to get leaked, it doesn't really matter because you can't use it a second time. We tested that all yesterday and stuff. Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to fix up today before I get into the log compaction is fixing the logout button, because it's broken for the admin, and also it's broken if we lose the connection to the server. So here I'm connected to the game as a player, right? If I were to go like kill off the server, which breaks the connection, then I'll show you what happens. So let me first find like the process that has 8086 open. I think that's server 11. I have those numbers sort of memorized because I've been using them for years. Okay, let's kill server 11. And you see what happened there is it said the connection was closed. In the back end of the game, it does recover from a server being killed like that. It'll detect that the process has crashed, and then it'll restart it. And here's all the log about it getting reconnected to the other servers in the cluster. So there's no loss of game data or state or progress if one server goes down like that. But we do have that severing of the connection from the client to the server. And right now, there's actually 2 problems. One problem is that the player client doesn't try to reconnect to the game. The other problem is if I hit the logout button right there, it does nothing. So it's just completely hosed. It's broken. The only way to recover would be to reload like this. So that's one problem I want to fix. The other problem I ran into looking at this last night, or this morning actually, was you can log in as an admin to the game. So this is kind of like when I'm logging into the admin in the production, where I have a special access and stuff like that. The difference is that as an admin, you don't use a password or a token or anything like that. You use signing a challenge with a private key. And we also connect to all servers in the cluster, not just one of them. So in the test environment here, I forgot about that. We had this logout button serve both purposes, both logout player or logout admin. So right now it tries to send a message to the game as a player. It should have shown up there when I clicked that. Weird. Anyway, it was showing it earlier, but now it's not. But it's it was trying to send a message to the game that that we want to log out as a player, but we're not logged in as a player, right? We're logged in as an admin. So, but effectively, it doesn't do anything, right? The only way this logout button actually works is if I were to log in as a real player, and then while still connected, hit the logout button, which is the nominal case, right? So it's these edge cases that I didn't handle correctly before. So when logged in as an admin, we send the player logout message rather than simply disconnecting. Let's fix that first. This is all going to be in the UI, right? So in the playing activity, we have an onLogout callback, right? And in the top level lib, onLogout. I thought I had a logout. Oh yeah, on login out? No one told me I messed up there. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. Look at that, I have something called login out. Logging out. Who ever heard of that? Let's fix the name. It should be on log out, right? On log out. Yeah. No one caught me on that. I guess everyone was lurking at the point where I was writing this, and no one caught my mistake there. Okay, so on log out, right? Goes back up to the top level library and ends up calling back. So a little bit of what I'm doing here, if you haven't seen this before, I'm using the U framework, Y-E-W. It's a modern Rust framework for creating multi-threaded front-end apps with WebAssembly. So our Rust code, even though it looks like HTML or JSX here, this is actually Rust. It's compiled into WebAssembly and bundled with the front-end app with Webpack and Wasampack and Wasambinden and a whole bunch of other cool libraries, so that we can put it into the browser and run it there. The U framework lets us represent subsets of the document, the DOM, the app, as components. And they, if I go up to the top here, the trait that they want you to implement to make a component is called component. And it essentially has a life cycle with 4 main functions that you implement. There's a 5th optional one, which I won't go over right now, but the 4 basic ones are when your component is created, which happens when the parent has included this component in its view. And if it's at the root, there's a special procedure where we actually just make an app with the model and mount it to the body. So that's the attaching to the body element of the document. But either way, it'll call create. It'll give us the props, which are just our arguments with mount to body with props. Or if it's a subcomponent, it will be whatever attributes to the HTML-like element, right? This link, hey there, Sarian. This link is a U framework mechanism for hooking into U itself. So this component link object, this structure, has functions we can call to do things like establish notifications from one component to another, right? So I'll get back to that in a second. Update is called whenever we receive a message. Messages are what are generated by using callbacks made with the link. So we generate a callback and call it or emit a callback whenever we have a message to deliver to some component in the hierarchy, right? So if a message got delivered for our component, our update is called and the message is here, right? Change is called whenever the props change. So I have this with an underscore in front, and I think I have it, unreachable, because the props never change for the root, because we only set it once when we create, right? It's a special case. But if this is a subcomponent, the change would be called if the parent were to be re-rendered and the props had changed for it, right? So the rendering or converting from the component to the HTML, the DOM, is all accomplished through this view. And it's a lot of it's going to be looking like HTML. In fact, we're returning something called HTML, and we're using a macro called HTML. It's basically giving a template for you to generate the DOM. So it's a mixture, kind of like JSX, of actual HTML and then code which will emit or render HTML and some things that you automatically translate for us. Like whenever we have an attribute, it becomes a prop to a subcomponent, and the props can be either just plain old variables like integers or strings, but they can also be message handlers like this. So going through that component link and calling callback constructs a new message handler that, when called with an event, will convert it into a message using a Rust closure. So this would be the event here. We're not using it, so it's underscore, but if it was an event, we could use it to generate attached data for this message if there was any. And then that message is then, through the U framework, emitted back to ourself. That's what call back, right? Call back to ourself with this message. The messages, again, always get routed back to update. So in other words, if we're like, so where's a good example? Like if I go to one of the components that are so-called leaf nodes in the tree, right? How about, let's look here. Let us look. Yeah, okay, here's a good one. So when I log in, there's this check mark that says remember me. So that's here, right? It's an input of type checkbox with a label, which says remember me, right? That's what we see there. So the on change is a message handler, and making one with callback says we're going to take the event whenever you change the state of the checkbox and then convert it into a message toggle persistent login. So basically, whenever I click the checkbox on or off, it's going to call on update, which is up here, and the message is going to be toggle persistent login. So this code gets executed whenever you turn the checkbox on or off. That's essentially how it works. Hey there, Resubaka. So that's pretty much it for what I'm doing as far as what framework I'm using, what language I'm using, and at a very high level how it works. So if we're, like now the task is to fix it so that when we're logged in as admin, this logout button does the right thing. That logout button is present in, I'm calling it these different things activities. So being a single page app, but it looks like a multi-page app, the way I do it is at the very top level. Here's the app at the very top level, right? We have an app viewport in which I have some kind of activity. What's activity? It's one of several different things depending on what we're doing. So if we're here, this is the sitting outside activity. Now, when I hit reload, briefly you see a loading there. The loading is the loading activity. That's what we see by default, and that's a very, very simple activity, which has no props, no update, no change. In fact, all this should be unreachable. Let's fix that. Unreachable. It's impossible to reach here because we never do any callbacks and we never change. We don't have any props, so they can't change, right? In fact, we don't need the component link. We have no props at all. It's very, very simple. This is the most elemental component you can have in U. You have to implement these 4 methods, but 2 of them can be unreachable. You don't have to do anything with the props of the link, and the types of those 2 of messages and properties can just be the nothing or the unit type. Anyway, extremely simple view, right? It just shows the loading. So I wonder why it just crashed. What's the panic here? Entered unreachable code? Really? I guess I was wrong. I didn't think it was possible for this to be reachable. Maybe I'm wrong. So on line 30. So I guess it reached change somehow. Okay, I'm really surprised. I didn't think that was possible. So apparently I learned something today. It's possible to reach change. How? I don't understand, because the type is unit, so that by definition it's impossible to change it. Maybe in the framework change is possible. It can be called even if it really didn't change. Wonder how you could even have some unconstructible type as the message type, so it's impossible to even have a value. Exactly. Well, you can have a value of the unit type, it's just the unit, right? But it's bizarre to me that it could ever change. Unless, like, you can get a change even if it really didn't change. I'm guessing that this is safe to make unreachable because we do never do a callback, but yeah, that assumption, I suppose, is wrong. Maybe I should put a note here. Note. You might think this is unreachable since our props are the unit type, which by definition cannot change. However, it has been witnessed that this may be called nonetheless. All right. Yeah, so you'd think with one value we can't change, but apparently we can. Anyway, I guess it's useful to talk about some of this background stuff because I actually find bugs this way. Yeah, let's reload. The condition we want to work in here is where we hit logout, and this is the playing activity where this field is like our game world view with our tile graphics, and there's going to be other stuff like the chat window and the other controls for the player or the admin up here, and then there's this logout button. So we'll find that in the playing activity. At the bottom of the view, we'll find the logout button right here. And it's a little bit of peculiarity here that we learned how to do in a past stream. What is that character, you might ask? That is the non-break space character in Unicode format. So that makes it so that this log out is always horizontal, even if I squish this thing all the way down. If I didn't have the non-breaking space there, it would do log and then another row and say out. So that's just a trick to keep it from wrapping accidentally. Anyway, so our button here will call us back with a log out message, and here I just have it emit back. So actually, one improvement we can make here. This is something I learned with using U. If you have a callback which just emits a different callback, you can shortcut that and get rid of the message entirely by just taking the actual what is it called? It's called callback, right? The actual callback. Thank you for the follow. Trying to find where it is. It's in our props, right? Yeah. This callback, this type is callback. If you take that and put it directly into the message handler spot here, let me make this a little bit more vertical so it's easier to see. So instead of doing a callback through our link, if we do a callback through our prop, but it's not called callback, it's called reform. And we say ignore the argument and ignore the input argument, the output argument. It's sort of like a converter. It converts from a message handler which has one type to a callback which takes a different type. So onClick always has an event associated with the DOM event, the mouse click event, but the this onLogout doesn't have any argument. Its argument is unit. So this is simply tossing away the mouse click event, and the message handler tosses the event and just emits a parameter or a unit parameter to this callback. So then I don't need this logout at all. So it's not really the responsibility of playing activity to handle this in the first place anymore. It's just delegating it up to its prop. So I can get rid of the logout, right? So this should still work as well as it did before, although we're going to have to still address the root problem. Docs say that change can be called when the component's parent is re-rendered. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. But you would think that it would cache the props, memoize the props, and then decide that it didn't need to re-render. Where did my Copilot go? Where do you think you're going? You're supposed to help me out in the stream. He's looking away from me, like he's I'm not fit to be addressed or replied to. Kitty, kitty. Hello? Looks like he's like chewing on something. The beast moves, yes. I don't know when he's going to return to his Copilot chair, so I guess for the time being, we will turn off his camera. And actually, I can extend chat a little bit. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. We'll just keep the camera up, and when people ask me what the heck that is, I'll say, well, that's the Copilot seat. Copilot is out doing something else. All right, anyway, make sure I didn't break anything here. So log out doesn't work, right? We need to fix that. So now logout is just using the onLogout prop, which is up a couple levels. There's an intermediate level, I think I made. Oh no, I did not for this one. In other cases, sometimes I've had to have an intermediate level. Here though, it goes directly to the prop we give the playing activity right here. So that is calling ourselves back with the logout message, right? Actually, now that I think about it, I don't need this at all, do I? Don't I? Oh, I guess callback always has some type. So I could have said that and it would work. We were talking about this the other day, right? it's usually more normal to do that. We have to have some argument, but we're ignoring it, regardless of its unit or not. Right, okay. Message logout. So here's the problem. I wrote this code assuming that we're logging out as a player, right? So if we're logging out as a player, we drop our persistent login token, and we say if we have, I added this actually post-stream yesterday. I needed to remember which server we're connected to as a player, right? Because we only connect to one server, not all three of them. So if we are connected to a server, and we still know about that server, and we have a WebSocket to it, then send this logout message. And this logout message is designed to have the server disconnect on their end first. So they'll give us a close, and then that'll tell us to close our end and drop it. And in the meanwhile, we go to the sitting outside activity. Problem is that when we're logged in as an admin, we don't have this selected realm server key. We don't. It's a completely different mode. So I need to have some, like, if we're an admin, one thing, otherwise do something else, right? I guess we can combine those two. So how do we tell if we're an admin, right? Let's see. We have our props and our state to go off of. It's not good. I would think. I might start to think that if we have an admin key, we're logged in as an admin, but that's not true. And I don't think login credentials. We don't keep that once we logged in. So actually, there is no way for. There is no state that we don't actually know if we're logged in or not as an admin, which is bad. So I think I need to add it. How about, like, we have a role enum. We can have role as none. Actually, I always am tempted to add a none, but really the better thing is to have an option role if it's possible to be none. So really it's just player. In fact, you know what I can do? I can put the player specific stuff in there, like this thing could go in there. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this selected realm server key into that. And in fact, this might not need to be option anymore, because once we know our role as a player, that means we've already selected a server. So do away with the option, right? And the other role is admin. And I don't think I need any associated data with that, right? So yeah, so we would have role here instead. And it's optional because we might not have a role yet. Okay, to disconnect from servers, the equivalent of that would be just setting our role back to none, right? And then if we're connected to any server, just disconnect from them. Seems right to me. Okay. Okay, login as player. The equivalent of that is to say role equals some role player, where selected realm server key is realm server. Actually, do I want to keep it that whole long name? I think so. I think I do want to keep it. Okay. All right. And this is where, what was this for? Oh, this is if we were connected to a server that no longer exists in the game. Yeah. Basically, we would do the same thing as a logout in that case. So equivalent of this would be if let role player selected realm server key equals borrow from self role if selected key equals this key, Then we have to do a logout. So that's role is none. Drop login credit. Actually, I don't think we need to do that. Did I do this wrong here? Oh, this should be if some role equals role. Okay, that's a reference, so... Oh, another thing is the type's wrong. This should be, server ID, right? Realm server ID. What crate did I put that in? I think I put it in game configuration? I think. Realm server ID, game configuration. Actually, I don't know if we're using this crate from the client. That might be why I was using usize there. Okay, there's client configuration, but not game configuration. Actually, client configuration should have those numbers in it too, now that I think about it. Actually, it doesn't. Wait, then how do we know, how do we identify one server from another? Oh, maybe that's not a server ID. Maybe it's just an index into a list. Okay, if that's true, I might have another problem. Oh, hey, kitty. You're back? Just go use the bathroom? Is that what it was? Meow? You just walked right past it. And he's meowing in the other room now. This is such as my cat, you know? Meow, yeah, meow, meow. We hear you. Or I hear him. Okay, let me look. How do we use that? Okay, we use it as a key to this thing. It is a hash map. How is that formed? Realm server key. Oh. They're just arbitrary numbers. Okay. So, it's not realm server ID. They really just are usizes. Says the props may be the same, it's just that the parent rendered and the components being reused. Yeah, but it's weird that it would call change though, right? Thought change was only called when it when the prop's actually different. So I just need to dereference this. Alright. Gadam is resubscribed for a whole year. Thank you so much, Gadam. It's been 12 months in a row. I'm very flattered that you would subscribe with your Twitch Prime to me. Thank you very much. Oh, you got your first badge back. Goddamn, you're one of only 2 people who are still around with their first badges. Founder. I'm really happy that you stuck with me all these years. Yeah, there's only you and one of my moderators, the only 2 founders left. Everyone else has abandoned me. That's okay. I understand. I understand that, you know, things happen. You won't? Aw, thank you. Even though I changed from C++ to Rust, you're still sticking with me? That's awesome. Yeah, I'm in the middle of fixing a bug. If you just showed up, I can't show it because I'm recompiling, but I broke the logout button for admins. All right, so this role is initialized as none. Okay, if we're an admin means if let some role admin equal self role. Okay, this should be if the role, so this is better expressed as a match self role. Some admin to do something, some role player selected realm key to do this. Which means I need to have a none. So if we don't have a role, we don't need to do anything, right? And this actually moves into here. So this is selected realm key here. Okay, so if we were logged in as a player, we do all these things, right? But if we were logged in as an admin, I think we just want to do a self.disconnect from servers. I think that's all we need to do. So that turns our role off, disconnects from everything. Okay, that doesn't put us back into the outside. Self current activity, the sitting outside activities where we want to go, right? Yes. All right, did I fix it? Everything working now? Building, we have a warning. That is never set. Okay, that's a problem. I never actually set that role if we log in as admin. So how do we log in as admin? And here it would be in the update, right? Admin key loaded, parsed. Actually, it's a specific message, right? Yeah, here it is. So probably we should put it here. Yeah, we'll just set the role here. Self.role is role admin. Some role admin. Okay, yeah. Good thing that we have these warnings. It's like Clippy that who has my back. So updating. Actually, while I'm at it, I should delete this. Okay, yeah. I have to whenever we see that error, I've been trained now to recognize it's some problem with Webpack npm. So I just quit it and then start it again without making any other change, and it should just work. So updating. All right, log in as admin, log out. I think it's fixed now. Let's log in as a normal user. And then log out. Cool. Hello, how do you code in Python? That's a very, very big question. There are possible answers range from me telling you how I personally code Python to how one would code in Python. You could be meaning what tools you use, or you can mean what resources do you use to learn. You didn't ask how. Oh, you didn't say how. You said, do you code in Python? I do a little bit, but not so much these days. Why do you ask? Do you need help with Python? Are you interested in Python? This is probably going to be a Rust stream, so we're not going to be doing a whole lot of Python here, unfortunately. I wanted to make sure that login with the token still works. So if I close that and then I go back, yeah, that works. Although it closed my dev tools on me. And then the other mode was login through Twitch, right? So that I'm gonna do just quickly off stream to make sure it works. Doing it off stream because it actually shows the token. I don't want it to really show up here. Yeah, that worked. Close that. You have a problem with your small program? There are a bunch of people here who probably know a little bit of Python. There's also my Discord if you would like to join that. There's a coding channel you can ask coding related questions on. Or if the problem is really quick and straightforward, you can just post it in chat and I can take a look at it really quick. That's very Ultima looking. Yes, Lynx, it's reminiscent of Ultima. That's the game style I'm trying to recreate here. In fact, I think the this brick-like hallway tile is lifted straight from my memory of Ultima 4. Surely Clippy would be a crab? Clippy is a crab, right? Clip with his crab legs. You miss Ultima. Yeah, me too. So I'm trying to recreate that experience here. Only online and linked in with Twitch, so anyone who's in the Twitch stream, actually, their chat shows up in-game. Stuff like that. Yeah, that's what we're working on. Clippy was a paper clip, but there is that Clippy who's rusty and perhaps could be shaped as a crab. Who knows? For the old MS Word Clippy. Yeah, it's a bit of an inside joke on Mr. Halsey's stream that his Clippy emote is the rusty clip because he programs in Rust. But I guess Clippy could either be a paperclip or a crab, or maybe a strange abomination of both. Amalgamation of both. All right, so I'm done with fixing the logout button, right? Oh, no, I'm just fixed with this. This is something different. This is sort of a logout button problem, but is more specific to if a connection is lost. So let me recreate that problem again. So we're logged in. So we're logged into 8086, and if I stop that server to break the connection, that's this server. Kill it. So now we're in a situation where the connection's closed, but we're still in the playing activity, and the logout button doesn't do anything, right? I think abomination was the correct word? Perhaps. Hey, how are you doing, Nightshade, dude? That was the worst written AI you ever saw. Thankfully, it went the way of Dodo. Oh, the Clippy? That's why we like to make fun of it in various streams here on Twitch. What do you recommend for creating GUI and using C++? Probably something like GTK, if you wanted to be cross-platform. If you're going to do it not just for Windows, use either just was it? You could still use MFC if you really wanted to. But these days on Windows, you'd probably do it in C#, not C++. In fact, I go to great lengths to do the UI in C# and still have the rest of my program in C++, and I have to have a bridge between the two using something like, the name escapes me. Some kind of interface generator. SWIG, that's what it was. Software interface generator. So there one thing they miss, you could program them via VB script. Program Clippy? Really? Yeah, sometimes jokes go over my head. I'm sorry when they do. I have a strange sense of humor. Oh, you know that wizard that they had, the last company I worked at used that wizard to pop up a reminder on your screen on Fridays to let you know that you haven't turned your time card in. It was the most frustrating thing. Sometimes it would pop up even if you did sign your time card, and you couldn't get rid of the dang thing. It would pop up Swirly's magic wand and say, "You've forgotten to issue your to sign your time card this week." Okay, so the problem here is when we get disconnected. So that is a closed message, right? So it's just storing, or just dropping our into the WebSocket, but doing nothing else, right? Right. If we still have a login credential, that means we still haven't finished logging in to the game in the first place, and so we would try to reconnect. So I think what's missing is this else thing here, right? What do we do? Is this correct? Do we keep our admin login credential after we've logged in as admin? If so, that's sort of not the way I want to do it. I want to drop that credential as soon as what? What am I thinking of? Let me just search for all references to that. Okay, it's declared there. It's set there. That's if we fail to authenticate. We just write bad key, correct? Oh. We do keep the credential around. Let me think about this. Good damn, you're up to your gifting tricks. You don't have to do that, but thank you very much. Nightshade Dude is now a sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. Good damn. Look at that golden one. 100 gift subs? Have you really gifted 100 gift subs? Man. That's a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I forgot that I hold on to the admin credential. That means we have a little bit of overlap between role and credential. Role and credential. It actually makes me think that game credentials should not have admin in it, because admin is really just a role that we have. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remove the overlap here. So let's have game credential not have admin at all. Then the word player is sort of redundant here. Makes me wonder if I should, I'll just keep it for now. Maybe put a note here. To do, consider dropping the player prefix from these variants. Need one more for 110? No, please no. No, goddamn. Please no. I feel bad. This is a... Before you do anything, you need to know, like, if you weren't here yesterday and the day before, or if you haven't been on the Discord, this is probably going to be the last week that I'm streaming for a while, because I'm starting a job on Monday. And I'm probably going to be, like, super exhausted from trying to climb the learning curve at the new job. And on top of that, I need to get, like permission from them to stream, because, like, they want to make sure there's no conflict of interest and stuff like that. So I might not be able to stream for a while, so it's sort of not fair to have a whole lot of subs right now. Thanks, Robot. And thank you for the follow, whoever that was. So consider that to get down first. Maybe, you know, it's okay. It's perfectly fair not to sub, at least until I figure out if I'm going to be streaming for a while. Yeah, and I have no idea when that would be. So maybe we should just hold off. You know, 'cause I just feel bad. Like, I almost feel like Adam13531, who he just doesn't allow people to sub at all now, because he got a new job and he feels like it's not fair to sub to people giving him subs if he's not going to be able to stream much, right? Okay, I'm just going to follow the compiler errors. Yeah, so here what I can do is base this off of role, right? Yeah, I can say match self.role some role admin has this stuff in it. What is this doing here? Why did I put that there and then use it down here? Oh, because it's in two places. Okay, that's why. So that means I'll want to construct this first. Out here. And then Rust formatter is having trouble with this section for some reason. Comma, some role player. Well, I need the key? I don't think I do, right? So ... it is. Yeah, there's something going on here with the formatting. I'm going to keep that comment around. These two can be combined, right? You can just do a match and have some in here. Actually, I don't need to do this at all, because now this is deleted. I don't need this match at all. So yeah, this, I don't even need to look at the credential. I can just say login failed. right? I think so. I can just say that. Cleaner. It's cleaner that way. What's going on here? Missing match arm, indeed. So, none. If we don't have any role, then we don't need to do anything. Okay, enjoy your dinner, Gadam, and thanks again for the gift sub. All right. Yes. Auth success. Yeah, we want to first match on self.role. Some role admin. Ah, I can't type today. Have I told you guys how I can't type today? Succeed, we just print out an info message. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't really matter what player attached data is. This is just only to print out different info messages too. So I can combine those two, right? I can just it's not going to help me yet. I need to get rid of some of these errors. Okay, so I guess I'll just type it myself then. If the credential is some player password. Actually, why is there an @ in front of that? Username ... Print out this. So on login success regardless, right? So that really goes here. This is really just to print out different things. JWT. And we don't have anything we care about in there. Using JWT. And token. Print this. This isn't even correct. This should say using login token. Oh well. Persistent login token. I wonder if it can't format it because it's too much indented and these strings are too long. I think for now we'll concat this to combat that problem. I want to get it to where the formatting actually works again. Wow. Okay. Need to work on the indentation here, obviously. Yeah, so it's gonna be really confused because there's this old code here. Let's delete it all. Now will you fix it? Almost. It still didn't format within here. Oh, this should be self.login credentials. Missing a match arm, right? None. We'll do nothing. I think because we have errors elsewhere in this file, it won't format it. Okay, closed. Yeah, so this is based off a role again. Hey there, Radon90. Will you work on C++ or Rust for your new job? Pretty sure it's C++. I think I could say it because I've said it before. And I think it's general enough that it doesn't really reveal much. I don't think I'll be able to, I don't think they use Rust. I think I asked and they said, it's not like they said, what is Rust? We don't know what Rust is, but they said, yeah, we don't use Rust. I think I might have said, well, Maybe you will someday or something like that. Maybe I'll be the agent of you using Rust someday. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so we should turn this to be match self.role. Self role admin. Self role player. And none do nothing, I guess. So we don't really care about the login credentials, really. Science data bits. Rating with the party of 4. Oh no, well, it looks like way more than 4 up there, but okay. How was your stream? Data science bits? What were you streaming today? How did it go? I'm just trying to fix a few bugs in this logout button in the front end of the rewrite of my game in Rust. Hello, indeed. Howdy. Oh no. I lost my shortcuts. I wonder how that happened. I might have to restore from backup. How do I do that? I guess I'll do that later. You feel ignored? Why do you feel ignored? Oh, I missed your chat. That's why. Sorry. You asked, hey, would Rust make sense as a hobby focus? Being a data scientist, your focus is on Python and R, but Rust intrigues you. Don't ask you why. Don't see a real need for Rust use case for you. Struggling whether or not you should look into it. I think Rust is a good language to get into if you're interested in security. And very, very tightly, well, not tightly, very, very strictly typed languages. So I see it as like the most strongly typed language out there. And that can be a good thing, and it could be a bad thing, depending on what you care about, what you want to do. No, I'm glad you let me know I missed the chat, because I hate missing chat. Yeah, so for me, I picked Rust because it allowed me to write code that I catch bugs a lot sooner than I had in the past. So I catch a lot of my bugs now at compile time. If that appeals to you, then go for it. Some people don't really care about when they catch bugs, and they might write in something like Python because it's not as strict of a typing, not such a strongly typed language, and it gives you a lot more flexibility. And you can deal with problems not right away, but maybe as you face them at runtime. Yeah, Rust is very, very picky, and one element of that I like is that it forces me to think carefully about the design and structure of the code, and I feel that gives it gives me lessons on how to be a better designer and better architect of software. So again, if you care about maybe refining the design of your code, making it like easier to manage, easier to read, easier to extend, then Rust will challenge you big time. And challenge always leads to either frustration or growth. So I like, I don't like the frustration so much, but I do like it when I break past that and start learning. The Copilot's back. Oh, look, he's back. Basically, you're a mature script kiddie. I guess you're a statistician. Then I don't know if Rust would be right for you then. If you want to get quick proofs of concept out to do quick analysis, it sounds to me like Python would be better. Python. But your current focus is on Python. I mean, you could just take a look at Rust, dabble in it, and see if you like it. And then you probably already have the links, but here they are. Yeah, it seems to me like something like Lua would be a better language to tinker around with than Rust. And mostly because then you can embed that in other things. So, which I think is kind of a fun hobby in itself. Rust syntax is very strict, and having to deal with compiling will slow you down a lot. Yeah, exactly. But slowing you down could be a form of challenge to improve. So, another reason you might want to get into Rust is if you're a language purist, because not only is it very deep language, but it's community driven, and so you can actually, like, there are people in chat here who have contributed to Rust, the compiler and the syntax and everything, right? I'm not going to name names. You're rewriting your trading bot from Rust to OCaml, gave up on the execution speed even though it's 3 times faster sometimes? Huh. My understanding is that Rust is inspired by OCaml, and that there are syntax elements that are similar between the two. But that's all I know. Yeah, so this goes here. This really belongs up here. And this goes after here, I guess. Do I even need this flag anymore? Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Oh, why do I have self here? This should be some. Thank you again for the follow. I appreciate that. Wouldn't Lua be more of a Python replacement? Yeah, maybe, but it looked like you were just interested in looking at other languages that would be as fun, so my mind leapt to, what are some things closer to Python, some more loosely typed languages that I know, and my mind jumped to Lua. Have some co-workers that, well, people that I used to work with who are really into Lua, like big time. They're like using Lua for everything. It looks like I only really care about role for the admin, so why don't I just say if matches role some role admin. Wouldn't that be better? And it's probably going to let me abbreviate this even more, right? If statement can be collapsed, it's probably going to say and, right? So then this reconnect flag can completely go away, right? If not or. Well, hold on. Reconnect is normally true. It's false if it matches and, right, so if I'm bad with logic sometimes and inverting logic. Is it not? It's or not? Yeah, that's what it is, right? Then, whoop, what happened? My cursor jumped around. It's that, right? I could run the risk of making the logic complex here, but it's basically we drop her into the WebSocket and we say if we're not admin role or the key isn't bad for that server, try to reconnect. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Try the assist, should have a bool thing helper thingy. Oh, too late. I already truncated it down. What will this do if we have no credential, though? I think we should make sure that we don't try to reconnect if we don't have a credential. Isn't that what the old code did? I want to see the difference here for this file. What line was I on? I don't even remember what line I was on. Okay, 570. It's what it used to be. Yeah, should only if we have a login credential should we relog in. How to best do that? Maybe I don't like this logic. Because there are two conditions that we want to reconnect on, and not any other ones, right? Either we have a login credential. Yeah, basically, if we have a login credential, or if we're an admin and key isn't bad. Hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you doing? Your experience for us is pretty good for critical paths of code as extension for Python OCaml. Yeah, I don't know. It was easy to pick up and do some real things with it. Yeah, I think so too. Will you be looking at RLua for the Lua scripting stuff when you get around to it? I already did look into it. Let's see what I used. I picked one and I used it with Moon Unit. Let's see what I picked. I used MLua and actually made my own branch of it because there was a feature that was missing. I don't remember why I picked MLua over RLua. Maybe because MLua has the vendored feature, or you guys can't even see that. It has the vendored feature, which means it pulls in the Lua C code for me. I think with RLua, it either was bundled or you had to install it separately or something like that. Using OCaml and Rust at this point? That's cool. I think I want to change this differently. There's one, so if self.login credential is some, right? Or two things, right? Actually, I guess we don't need the matches then. Self.role. Actually, this way I don't have to do an if let, which you can't combine yet, right? So I'll keep the matches. Matches that and the key isn't bad. I think that's right. Let me think about this. If we have a login credential, or we're an admin and the key is not bad for that server, then start connecting. I think that's right. I'm laughing because I'm thinking I'll have to test all the cases to see if I've got that right. Is this ever called anywhere else? No. Yeah, then why do I do these things outside of it? Okay, let's start by taking these two lines out, putting them inside of here. And then really they go here. And there is no admin credential, so it's just that. We go directly to the playing activity. We're an admin. Get all the server keys and connect to all the servers. Yeah, all right, that's better. All right. Okay, this is when the WebSocket's opened. What do we do? So yeah, outermost we should match on the self.role. Some role admin. Some role player. And actually we should check to see that the realm key matches. So we should have the selected key in here. Okay, so as an admin, what do? We do this. We identify as admin. Easy peasy, right? So that handles this. Yeah, otherwise, I think what I want to do is first make sure that that it's the same server. If if the realm server key equals a selected one, then yeah, I don't know why I did it this way. I should just do match self login credentials and include the sum in here, right? Sum password one thing, some JWT something else, some login token something else, and then none. I think what I should do in both these cases is disconnect. Disconnect from server key. Right? Okay. Command, I can recommend Rust Analyzer extension for VS Code. Yeah, that's what I'm using. Why are we talking about extensions? My understanding is Rust extension and Rust Analyzer extension do pretty much the same thing, and so you kind of want to pick one or the other, but I could be wrong. And I tried both, and what Rust Analyzer gave me was telling me if there's an error or warning without me having to run the compiler myself, which has been a really, really massive big help. Okay, so this is the block for here. I'm just basically copying blocks of code at this point. I'm moving them around. And the third block, the 3 ways we could log in as a player. And then deleting this old code now, because I've copied it. I've dispersed the code everywhere. Okay. Probably one of these needs to be dereferenced, right? Yeah, this one does. This function doesn't exist. Let's make it exist. Realm server key usize. So it's kind of like this, I guess. Not a for though. If let sum realm server equals self.realm servers dot remove, I guess. Realm server key. Oh, I don't want to remove. I want to just do get. Then take the WebSocket, and if it was something, say we disconnected. This should be get mute. Yeah. Yep. I do have it. I still have some problems with it. Ever since version 208, 4 months ago, they broke something for me in some of the macros that I use. So I've had to turn off one of the diagnostics because of that. This one, the unresolved macro call. That diagnostic gives me false errors. For a while, I just stuck to version 400, and then someone told me, oh, you can just suppress that diagnostic. So then I started suppressing it. That's the only problem I've really had a lot. Other times, sometimes Rust Analyzer, I need to reload the extension or Visual Studio to kick it, so to speak, because it stops helping me. Like Control-Click stops working. The autocomplete stops working, but, you know, and it has problems inside of macros and things, but it's not too bad. All right, where were we down here? Yeah, this, I think I should refactor this. This code is really a mess. And we're having problems, can I get around these problems for now just by, this is ugly. I should just refactor this whole thing, shouldn't I? Let's do that. So, what are we in? We're in update. This is like on WebSocket opened, right? And we get the server information and the WebSocket. So refactor this whole match. That's what I'm going to do. Extract into function. So we'll rename it on Realm server connection open. Ah! See, Rust Analyzer failed. It doesn't always work, and you get a big stack and it panicked and everything. Yep. And we were just talking about how sometimes it's not very reliable, right? On Realm server connection opened. So just have to look for a fun name. Paste it. Okay, that's not even right, is it? What's that doing there? Okay, I guess I should fix the function first. What's the big problem here? It's not a member of the trait, right? So it didn't put it in the correct impl block, really. So the refactor didn't know, hey, you can't just add stuff to a trait impl. We have to actually put it here. While I'm at it, this goes down to here. Okay. Yeah, see, I knew it needed server info, and for some reason it didn't add it. And the order of this is very strange, too. Should be server info WebSocket. Server info WebSocket key is first. And that doesn't need to be mutable. All right, and what's this syntax error for? Oh, this problem again, huh? Okay, what am I borrowing here? The server info and the WebSocket? So this is what we were talking about earlier about how strict Rust is. Here Rust is being very strict about borrowing from self twice. I think I just need to move this in for now. Into here. Just get the Realm server key. Although I hate doing that because it's going to indent that whole massive thing another level. We'll do this one step at a time. So, just given the key, right? And nothing else. Delete these lines and do this. Just to get a couple levels removed. Okay, perhaps this level I can deal with now. Yeah, borrowed twice, yep. That's one of the traps that I ran into a lot first. Well, I still do. I've only been using Rust for 9 months, and I still run into that all the time. Why don't I just turn that into an early exit? I'll just say if it's none. Actually, the problem is we're doing a let on this. I suppose we could do an unwrap. No, I can't think of how to... I'll just keep it. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around how to turn that into an early exit. Anyway, I'm only using self there. Okay, I'm using self to disconnect from server. Okay. What's the deal with this double brace there? Oh, it's this. Yeah, it's all breaking down because usually from what I've seen, it's because when these strings get too long that it doesn't know how to wrap them, it starts to choke. So here's another one here, right? And if I've been able to fix it or get it to work again by breaking them myself like that, it looks like that's not good enough. Could it be that thing that's causing it a problem? Or that thing? Who knows? I guess I will just manually format this for them. I hate manually formatting this. I really want it to be fixed, dang it. Yeah, this is annoying me to the point that I want to get it fixed before I move on. You have to clone or wrap with dynamic borrow checker. Yeah, I see that as like the last resort. I try to redesign it so that the borrows are not overlapping. Why not use RustFMT? I am using RustFMT, but RustFMT is having a problem with that code. See, when I save here, it auto-formats, but when I'm at this level, it doesn't. And I think what it is when you get indented too much, it starts to get into a state where RustFMT can't solve all its constraints. I don't know if it's because of macros. I think it's because of the severe indenting, which is another code smell anyway, and I kind of want to fix that too. Actually, how long do we use server info for? Okay, so we're not needing server info past that point. What about the WebSocket? Okay, use it to send the binary. All right. Yeah, I use async in Rust a lot. Good day, GRZY Watchu. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Grizzy? I'm not using async in the front end, but I'm using it a lot in the back end. So, for example, for like the login with Twitch feature, that was in login.rs in the back end. Login with Twitch. This is asynchronous. And in the back end, I've kind of organized it so the asynchronous work is all executed in one dedicated kind of like an executor that just loops through, and it'll handle any boxed feature that outputs a work output, and then that work output is then fed back to the main server to deal with. And the only thing that we're allowed to borrow from the server is the web client. Actually, and this is an artifact of something that I can delete now that I think about it. So yeah, we are borrowing something from the main server. So that what I just deleted is a hint of that. If I go back to the main server, I'll show you or the worker really. Yeah. So here's an example of something that will need to do some asynchronous work. So to turn the synchronous into asynchronous, we allow the synchronous function to have access to the collection of work that the worker is going to deal with, and this is something that's allowed to go into the work items. So to get this borrow to last at least as long as the work item, you have to have this A lifetime is at least as useful as B. That's how it's read, right? Or one way you could read it: a constraint on the lifetimes. Hey, my co-pilot's back again. So yeah, if we go into here, at some point it's going to, yeah, here we go. It'll make a future in here by boxing an asynchronous function. This one. Asynchronous function, it turns the work output, right? So that gets boxed, and then I also wrap it by making it cancelable. That's where I use a one-shot sender so that you can, I make a channel and I give the receiver to this await, and then I give you back the sender so that if you signal the sender, it'll actually cancel the future, and so you don't have to, the future doesn't have to complete. And the trick there is we use the future select, right? So either the work item can complete, or you could have canceled it. So this is just a taste of the asynchronous stuff I'm doing. But yeah, back into the front end. I'm not using asynchronous stuff in the front end yet, but this is irritating me that I have so much indentation here, and I don't see a clean way to break it up. Yeah, the futures in general, they take some getting used to, especially if you start putting references into those futures, right? And right now, the only borrowed reference I allowed to get into my asynchronous work is the web client. So whenever you do that, right, you have to be very careful about the lifetimes, or else Rust will tell you things like something doesn't live long enough, or something can't be borrowed here because it's still borrowed somewhere else. Good night, Rambane. Yeah, I understand. A lot of people are in the other side of the world, and it's very late for them. For me, it's a cheerful afternoon. I have a co-pilot who is thinking diligently about how to solve this problem. I wish he would just tell me. Arcmutex. Arcmutex is how you share something between different asynchronous contexts. I try to avoid that, but I do have one of those. Yes. I have one for the TLS configuration because I share that across some things, right? Yeah. So the handlers for my web server are shared between instances of basically between futures that are spawned inside the web server, because you can have multiple connections at the same time accessing the same resource. So that this resource handler future might be multiply accessed. So have a asynchronous reference count, and I think because of that, this can't be mutable. Yeah, it has to be just a function. It's not allowed to mutate the state because of that. So there's when you start using Arc and Mutex and sharing things, there's some constraints you have to get familiar with, and some of them are like you have to implement send and sync if something needs to be sent from one thread to another, and then the types of the functions or closures that you make might be restricted, because obviously if you have a closure you can call from two threads at the same time, it can't be an fn once or an fn mute. It can't be a function that can only be called once, and it can't be a function that can mutate its state, because either one would be illegal to do from two threads simultaneously, right? But you can share an fn, and basically a completely free function with no state on its own, because it's like an immutable reference. It's inherently shareable, right? You'd avoid using a mutex inside of an event loop. Yeah, so the way I avoid having mutexes inside of event loops is I use the asynchronous mutex. So I use the mutex from the async. Is this the right one? Oh, this isn't the right one. I'm in the wrong crate. Mutex. Do I even use mutex in this project? Yeah. So this mutex is and this isn't the right crate either. Yeah, this isn't the right crate. Actually, now that I think about it, that should be the async mutex too. But I was more thinking like, what am I using? Yeah, here. The async mutex crate. So that you actually use it like a mutex. I'll show you. You lock it like a mutex, but because it's asynchronous, the lock is a future, and so you can wait on it. And so that cooperates well with other futures in this, even in the same executor. So while you're trying to get the lock, your future simply goes onto the back burner until whoever has the lock releases it, and then your future becomes eligible to run again, and then when you get the lock, now you cause anyone else, any other future trying to get the same lock to go onto the back burner. So you don't cause a deadlock in your executor. If you use the synchronous mutex, then what happens is even if another future is on the back burner for some other reason, it might be holding the lock, and when you try to get that lock, now you hose the entire executor thread. So you really want to avoid using synchronous locks, mutexes inside of a asynchronous function. But an asynchronous mutex is fine. Yeah, it returns a guard that releases a mutex when dropped, and the mutex guard itself is a future. Hey there, Hetzi Patel. Is it possible to replace mutex with a resource task with channels? That's probably how this asynchronous mutex works, to tell you the truth, Papa still Papa. Because that's one way you could turn. That's one way you could implement an asynchronous mutex, is to just have it be a task with a channel that's used to signal. I don't know how they implement it. I use it. It works really well for me. All right, I'm back to beating my head against this wall. The problem is that the moment I get mutably from my realm server collection, I'm borrowing from it, right? I wonder if I could first get a mutable reference to realm servers and then borrow from that, and then we might be okay. Pretty easy to implement async mutex by implementing poll. Well, implementing poll is implementing a future, right? So same thing, right? I agree. Once you treat it as a future, it's straightforward to use in asynchronous programming. It just fits right in, right? It just becomes yet another thing that your task can be put on the back burner for. I really like how elegant that is, and then it really makes it a lot more flexible, because then you can decide how many threads you want those futures to be spread across, or maybe you just do all of your futures in the single thread. I think that's one of the most awesome points of design in asynchronous future stuff in Rust, is that it doesn't lock you into a single threading model. You could do multi-thread, single thread, you can have cooperative threads. It's almost orthogonal to the futures themselves, because the futures are just like some work that has a state on how far to completion it is, and then you can have them all in a line, you can have them all in parallel, you can split them up. They all work together fairly well. Okay, yeah, I think my idea was to grab this reference first. Let's see if this works. I've tried this trick before to some success. So if I say realm servers equal a mutable reference to that, and then I go to that to get it, I might fool it into knowing that I'm only borrowing a part of self, but not self. So now I might be able to borrow self elsewhere. So I think the test of that would be what I have to basically I can't borrow from self again. I have to pre-borrow everything I'm going to need from self. So let login credentials equal mute. Actually, do I need that mutably? I don't. This is the breaking one share into many non-overlapping shares trick, right? Let role equal borrow the role. And if I don't reference self anywhere here, it should be separable, I think. But let's find out. So then this becomes role. That becomes login credentials. I do use that, though. That might be an issue. I might have to do something about, like, instead of calling this because it needs a reference to all of self, maybe I turn it around and say it just takes the realm servers, because I have that borrow separated out, right? Have that borrow separated out, but then I actually do use it here, so I still have the same problem. Let me think about this. What do we need to borrow it for? To update it. So if we already had it, it wouldn't be a problem, right? So I could turn it around, instead of giving it the key, actually give it the reference we still have, right? Yeah, so here I'm using it just to get access to that, but what if we hold on to the whole thing to reuse? So then something like this, let realm server equal this much of it. Actually, and then I can do an earlier return, because I can just do, if it's none, return, otherwise do the body. Let me think about this. I guess I could just keep it as an option, right? This will be an option reference to a server. And then what? Yeah, why not? I don't need to do this stuff. I can just say if let sum equal that, do this, right? In fact, now that I have it borrowed, well, no. I don't want to get some extra borrows. I want to just use them when I need them. So it's .serverinfo and .ws as mute. Yeah, we can just borrow them as needed, right? So this becomes realm server dot. Oh, hold on. Go back a little bit. I did have an early return in there. So let me actually turn this around and say, I guess an inner if let sum ws. Oh no, I don't want to do that. How do I want to do this? Return if it doesn't exist? Yeah, you're probably right. Thing is, doesn't it look kind of ugly to have, like, you can't have if let not equal. Or I can do if let none and then unwrap, I guess. Good evening, Everex. It would save me some indentation level, so maybe it's worth it. So I could say, like, let it equal. It's just, I'm going to end up using an unwrap, and I just don't like it, right? I could say if realm server dot is none return, and then let it be unwrapped. This is where Sarian or A squared would probably come in and tell me, like, a better way to do this. Right? I just don't like the idea of doing that, just to get rid of some indentation. But that would work, right? But this, if there was a better construct for that, basically what I want is an if not let, then return. Something like that, you know? So then I do the same thing for the web socket, I think. I would say if realm server dot ws dot is none, return. You can let if some else return. Yeah, but then I still need, that defeats the purpose of having an early return, right? The early return, I want to check for the negative case first and return, and then assume the positive case, but the scope of the if, the variables, the bindings you use in an if let is only within the branch, right? If I want those bindings to exist outside the branch, I have to first return if it's none, and then do an unwrap, and that's the part that I don't really like. Try to avoid an else if the else wouldn't even help me here. The else is to return, which is the else is way down here, which is silly, right? We don't need that. Clippy will probably tell me that that's not even useful, right? I want an early return, which means I want to check the negative first, and then not indent with an else here wouldn't make sense, right? Because now I still have to do either an unwrap again or an if let, which is redundant. So yeah, I want a syntactic construct that I don't think exists. Let it be equal to if let some else return. I see. That's a little bit better than what I had. Let me try that. You're saying to combine the two, in effect, say if let some realm server equals. There's a little bit of code smell even with this, right? The code smell is that we had to say realm server not less than 3 times. I guess we needed at least twice. Because one is a binding. Or, yeah. No, we needed at least once to make the binding, but to have to be repeated here just to get around that. And then the multiple equal signs is another thing that some people don't like to see, right? It's so short-lived, make it one letter. Okay, I can see that argument, yeah. R and then R. You know what would be even better? To have a macro here, don't you think? That's the pattern used to be agreed, still not perfect. Let's make a macro, because macros rule. Right? So, what to call it though? This is like unwrap or return. Is there a semicolon? I don't think there is. So, we want like the expression, which is subject. And then we want the symbol to bind it to if it's, well, we need the pattern. Is pattern a syntax type? So, is there like a pat or something? Pattern? I forget all the different token types. That is a pattern, right? Is it item? Or is it pat? Maybe it's pat. Oh, consider moving it. Fine. Right. This is the top level, right? Yeah. So really, the most useful is to put it up way up here. It actually liked pat, so maybe that's, yeah, so maybe that is pat, right? Okay. I need to go down to where I want to use it to see. Let's just grab this. This is the construct that I want to reproduce in a macro. So I want the identifier for the thing. So what are we going to call it? Inner? Ident. So let inner equals, let some, we'll just have inner equal subject. Oh, the pattern, this isn't really going to quite work out because I guess if I made them specify the identifier for the binding, then I could say, and so let them make sure they use the same identifier in the binding as they use in the pattern. So this becomes pattern, and this becomes binding. There. Did I do it? What's the problem here? Let's do the is it macro export? Is that how you do it? All right, let's see if I got it right. Now I should be able to say unwrap or return. I already forgot what my arguments are. Subject first. Next, pattern and then binding and then inner. So pattern is some R, binding is R, and then inner. So that's realm server. Expected ident. Didn't I give it an ident? 1, 2, oh, comma. Oh, there we go. So now at least I've packaged up the gory details somewhere. Or you're saying, so EverX, I could move this out to here? Just have the if let, not the return identifier? But that's what I wanted to hide. I wanted to hide the return. Oh, it didn't even like that. Incomplete expression. Oh, yeah, it didn't like it anyway. Okay, so basically remove this part. Like that. And then let realm server equal that. Okay, they actually liked that better. The only thing I'd like to improve is to get rid of that. Can I get rid of that? I guess I can make another macro that works with sum. So I could, like, do another one. Unwrap sum or return. So there I only really need the subject, right? Yeah. And then it's just use the other macro. Subject sum xx. They were making macros today. You didn't expect me to make macros today, did you? So then it's just unwrap sum or return that with no comma. Why not just put the sum r in the macro? That's what I just did. But I wanted to make it a more general purpose because the pattern might not be sum something. This makes it more reusable, right? It could be any pattern. As long as the binding matches, the binding will be what you get out, right? Yeah. So we just invented a macro. Now, if this is, the question remains if this is a smart thing to do or not. I don't know. Okay, and so same thing here, right? Let WebSocket. Actually, no, I want to keep this because I don't want to borrow from Realm Server at this point. Although I should say that this entire exercise might be in vain if I can't even use these tricks to extract functions out of this mess. But yeah, that means this is all unnecessary, correct? So hopefully I eliminate at least one level of indentation. Except for that, yeah, we have to use oh, whenever we you WS, if do I borrow anything else from Realm Server? If not, then I'll reduce it to WS. Oh, I don't. Okay, cool. So then I can do the same trick here then. Actually, I can just say let WS equal. And then it would be some Realm Server if the web server is something, and then oh no, okay, it'll be different, right? If this is an expression, not an identifier, it would be even more useful, right? Bindings. Binding. Well, I'll write them separately. We'll see if we can combine them. What I wanted to write here is let WS equal unwrap sum or return realm server.ws get mute or as mute. Oh, and it's not some. Here I have to say, no, it is as some, right? Why didn't it like it this time? Because I didn't invoke it as a macro. Perfect. That's what I want. Now, can I combine these two? Not only do I want this to be something, but its WebSocket needs to be something when I needs to be some mutable reference when I borrow it, as such. Let me do that later if I can. Server info. Oh shoot! I needed to grab that. That was part of Realm server. That was okay. That's what I was missing. Let's just. Actually, I should be able to multi-borrow out of Realm server if I don't use Realm server again, right? I can just say let server info equal borrow Realm server dot server info, and it should let me do that, right? Yes. Okay. Cool. Are we out of the woods now? At least as far as compiler errors are concerned. Cargo build. I'm amazed that I got that to work so far. All right. So unwrap or return that, borrow that, unwrap or return that, and now I can maybe the whole goal was to extract some of these as functions. Well, let's just try to extract this whole thing here as a function. So what to name this one? This would be like on Realm server connection opened as player. Need a shorter name. Actually, I could just see if the extract function works. Okay, and the whole point is to not use self here. Oh, right. Before I can do that, I had that other problem, right? Which is that we're still using self here. But the way I was going to fix that is to reorganize this one to be outside. I guess we'll put it here. And instead of taking a key, it would just take the WebSocket. Oh, this is different. It's got a... Okay. That throws a wrinkle into things. It actually has to mutate this. Actually, we have a mutable reference, so you can I can take it. So I can say WebSocket is a mutable reference to a WebSocket task, right? And we don't need to do this because we already did that. This just becomes WS take is some. And then we'll also pass in the server info, borrowed, whatever that type is. Server info. There's no self. This is just server info. Why can't I do that? Take exists, but its traits are not satisfied. Oh, right, because this isn't a... Oh, that means I need to keep it as an option. Oh. Okay. It has to be like option to 1. That's the only way to make that work. Okay, so that's gonna that's gonna make things more difficult. Dang it! I thought I was making this easier because this unwraps it, but we can't do that because in the end, disconnect means to remove it. What if we remove it and add it and then put it back in at the end? If we didn't disconnect, would that be too gnarly? So I can take it out and then put it back in unless unless we're supposed to disconnect. So then disconnect would actually just own it. How to... yeah, it would just take it. And then it's nothing more than just printing that out. And really the name of this is sort of different, is sort of misleading, right? Doesn't this all go away then? I think this all just folds down to this message. If we're not putting the WebSocket back. Yeah. Meow! I heard a meow, but he didn't move. I wonder what that means. Yeah, so let's just put this here. Oh, did I lose it from the clipboard? I did lose it. Grab that. Put it here. And here. For now. Clean this up. Well done, the refactoring human. You're wondering if this is going to get refactored? Nesting got quite deep. Yeah, it got way too deep for me to be comfortable proceeding. So I'm doing it. We're doing this. That needs to be refactored too. Look at that. Where was I? Here? Yeah. So then this is slightly different. This is not unwrap or return, right? This is oh no, it is. It still is. It's still unwrap. Instead of as mute, it's take. Take it out. We just have to remember to put it back when we're done and mark it as mutable because we're going to mutate it. So we will put it back at the end unless there's I guess an early return, like a return here. So we get to the end and then we put it back, right? Like that. Wow. No compiler errors. Amazing. Okay. Now can I extract this function? I think I can. I think that was the whole goal, is to extract this thing, right? To refactor it, I should say. Well, extract a function, yeah. Oh wow, it's gonna work. And then yeah, we can combine these two, right? Actually, why does that have a return? Oh right, yeah, because it does need to have a return. Okay, it was smart enough to know that we might want to return. Okay, that's a little funky. I might want to make a new type for that. Like drop WebSocket. What's the right way to do that? Just with type? Doesn't know what server info is. It didn't know to pass it for some reason. Probably use result. It's probably a smart thing to do. Yeah, with like a result with no error message. So like result like that, because it's more idiomatic. And then I would just say error, return okay. Oh, the other way, right? Yes. I still haven't decided what I want to name it, so it's just going to be called fun name for now. So that's if it is an error. So yeah, it's right. I can combine these two. I think that solved our indentation problem. I just have a naming problem now. And then this is a little bit of the cost, right? The cost to be able to split that out is I had to split the borrows, which shows that I have some pressure from combining too many things into self, right? Having so many things in self causes this kind of needing to do this trick of splitting out the borrows before you do your work. One error type is probably option and none for not accepted connection or just an enum. It's not really that it's an error, it's that I want to say, should you disconnect or not? So, sure, it is sort of is an error, right? The error in this case is that we didn't have a login credential, so we're going to disconnect. Actually, this is not even the right thing to say. This should say something like disconnecting because we don't need to be connected anymore. Disconnecting from server due to lack of role. That's what it should say. And that too. I wonder if I could fold these two together. Actually, hold on. I should at least move this info out. And now consider how would I fold this? Or are these reasons different? Let me think. Actually, this outer one is the role. What was this inner one doing? Oh, this is lack of credential. Lack of login credential. Which I want to concat now because it's too long. So you can see Rust Formatter is happy again. It's formatting it for me nicely. So that problem went away. It's just that we have this slight, like, strange structure that we're going with, and this overhead. It's what happens is that we got notified that our WebSocket got connected, but by the time we got notified of being connected, we realized we didn't need it anymore. We don't wish to log in anymore, or we're not doing anything anymore. So this actually shouldn't happen, but this is possible. This is if you hit cancel and then the WebSocket finishes being connected. It's like, well, we were canceling, right? We don't have a role anymore. So it is possible to reach here. In fact, if we reach here, actually, I don't even know if it's possible to reach here because I think we would have left at this point. It might not actually be possible to reach these two, to reach any of these cases here. I know, doesn't he look cute? My co-pilot? He did a little meow about 5 minutes ago, too. Should make this actually have a name. What is this? What should this function be named? Wait. Oh, I don't need that anymore. I don't need it anymore because we only needed to write that out. Actually, you know what this is doing? It is authenticating. So we can name it authenticate with Realm server. So now we know we know why we're calling a function. We're saying if this is the selected. Oh, that means there is an else to this, by the way. The else would be we connected to something that we don't need to be connected to. disconnecting from server since we have no need of being connected to it anymore. But you've used compilers? Yes. If you've been like a Lexer and parser generator, yeah. Yeah, I've used Bison, GNU Bison. And what is it? I guess it is Yak? No. Flex. Flex and GNU Bison is what I've used. I've used it a couple times. Each time I use it, I have to relearn how to use it, and then I use it for a while, and then when I come back to it a year from then, I forget too much, and I have to go look at it again. What did I use it for? I made a custom language to describe multimedia file formats. Actually, it works with any generic file format. So you can describe the structure of a binary file using the language I came up with. It's kind of like ASN.1, but it's my own thing. And then given a binary file and a syntax description in this language I invented, the tool will parse the file according to that syntax, and it'll deconstruct it to an ASN, basically, abstract syntax tree, and let you walk through it. So I used it to make a data analysis tool, kind of like Wireshark. You know how Wireshark will take the raw bytes on the network and deconstruct like which ones go with what packet, what goes to some other packet? Will it print nice errors? That was the intent, is that in the syntax of describing the format, you could have like branches, like if it matches this, else, and then you could like print something to a console or do something. Yeah, a lot of it was expect. It's like, if the next bit is a 1, expect the next 4 bits to be 0, or expect the length to be a certain thing, and then, yeah. I got inspired to do this because of how MPEG-4 is described. Do you have an example of that? What's going on with the not drawing there? MPEG-4 syntax. Yeah. Can we actually look at it? Can I show you an example of it? No. I don't know if I'll be able to show you an example, because I don't think it will be. I don't think it's a public spec. Oh, I guess it is. No, we have to buy it. So the last company I worked at, I had access to these specs, and like, if you have a copy of the MPEG spec and you look at it, they describe the MPEG bitstream in a C-like syntax, and that gave me the idea, like, if it's a C-like syntax, what if I made a language kind of like that and then made a compiler for it? You just have to buy it. Yeah, it's public, but you have to buy it. Yeah. Anyway, I got to take a quick break, be a few minutes, so let me actually set the timer. Let's set it to like a little bit more than 5 minutes. I need to take a quick break, all right? Start that timer, and then I'll be right back. Hold on. Be right back. I'm back a little early. I actually had an idea for something I wanted to do. So I'm gonna go to the actually I'll do it for the next stream. I was thinking for that BRB screen I can keep the second camera going. We can see the kitty getting pet. I think he deserves some pets, don't you think so? Such a good kitty. All right. Center my chair again. I was breaking the code while on break, is that right? All right. I might just keep this structure because these are different reasons why we would want to disconnect. You know what I could do actually? Well, no, let's just keep this. Never mind. Never mind what I was thinking. I think we're just going to move on here. So I refactored that, right? So, time to test it. Console. Oh, there's a function we're never using. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Locking waited for file lock. There it goes. It was competing with the UI for Wasm build, which is automatic. All right. Log in. Make sure I didn't break anything. Oh, we broke it. So we got disconnected since we have no need of it being connected to it anymore. Oh, wow. I haven't seen this before. I guess because we disconnected... Oh, what's all this? What the heck? Oh, that's just log replay. Okay, never mind. It was here that we're... So we connected, we logged in with a password, and we disconnected during login. So the backend was doing its thing, but we decided that we didn't need to be connected to it anymore for some reason. Why? Why? This is another thing that needs to be refactored, by the way. So we got into this else, I guess. So we got connected to the wrong server. Connecting to that one. I suppose we should say what we... No need of being connected. Why? What is that then? Let's print it out. We connected to something. We want to be connected to something. See why. Recompile. Yeah, the round trip recompile is a thing. It's certainly slower than just running Webpack alone. I would say it's not too bad. Gives me a chance to catch my breath at least. We connected to 0. We want to be connected to 0. Did print that. Where is that being printed? Inside of here? Okay, so we would go through here. We would return okay. Then I don't understand how we got to here again. How do we get to there? Oh, I know what the problem is. This is a logic mistake. If we want to be connected, then try to connect, and if it's an error, do that. This else is on the wrong thing. So these really should be separate. Like that. And this else goes on to that if. If it's okay, we actually want to stay connected. Right? If we're an admin, we want to stay connected. If we're a player and we are connected to the right thing and we authenticate correctly, then we want to stay connected. It's if we don't, if we have a problem authenticating, or we didn't want to be connected to them in the first place, or we don't even know why we're connected to them. That's the problem. All right. I'm sure someone in chat either saw that or told me about it and I just didn't notice. I'm sorry. But I will try harder. And my assistant was probably telling me, but me petting him distracted him. That's what it is. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. Okay, cool. Log out. I try to log in again. Should pick a different server this time, right? No, it used the same server. I wanted to pick a random one. A different one, I should say. Okay, there it picked a different server. Successfully logged in. Okay, let me do admin. Cool. Let's do admin and hit logout right away. So it disconnected while connecting. And they're disconnected while authenticating. So probably it just ignored any messages that came in for it. All right, let's I don't think I need to test that, but let me do it in a different window. Just because I feel like being careful today. Yeah, it seems to work. All right. Oh, and then persistent login token, right? So we connect in, and then whenever we refresh, it'll reconnect. Or if I close the window and open it again and go there, it should reconnect. Nice. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to commit the code. Yeah, so here we just remove some unnecessary lifetime annotations. Because I happened to see that while I was looking at it. Right, so this is its own commit, right? So it's, well, loading activity update is unreachable. Okay. It's, well, longer thing. Well, actually the description is in the note. Add comment about why letting activity change is reachable. Add a comment. Add a comment to explain about, an oddity with you. There we go. Okay. So let's pick removing this one is one change, because we're just going to do the on logout directly. Actually, I guess it's the whole thing. So it's really two things we're doing here. Fix name of on login out prop to on logout. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. The other one is remove the logout message middleman. Middleman, one word or two words? Remove the middleman. So this is refactoring, minor refactoring of the playing activity. Okay. So we're removing the admin credential, right? So this changed a little bit of how the admin credential is used. So a couple of things. So this is fixing issues with login, logout. So admin is no longer a credential. Add role to represent whether we're logging or we're acting as a player or an admin of the game. Single word, middleman is a single word. Bummer. I already checked it in. It's done. Move selected realm server key into data associated with the player role. Yep. Oh, I can remove that comment because that's what I worked on, right? So we're on line 201. Right here. So I fixed that, right? F5. I meant to hit F5. Hit F6 by accident. Alright. Is this WebAssembly? It's compiled to WebAssembly. It's Rust code for the front end and the back end. So this web app here is written in Rust. It gets compiled to WebAssembly and then packaged into a web app to run in the browser. What it's actually talking to on the back end is also in Rust, and it doesn't have, it's headless, so to speak. It only has a diagnostic log output. So you basically are playing the game in the back end. It's all in Rust. And through WebSockets, the client is getting the information about what's going on to show on screen. So this is like in the production build of the servers. This is the old version where it's C++ instead of Rust in the back end, but it's going to be the same thing where you're visualizing on the client what's going on in the game, but the game is really played on the back end, and it's Rust on both ends, which allows me to share data structures like the client message. These are all the types of messages that the client can send to the server, and it includes all of the marshalling, all of the serialization code. So it makes it really easy because they're both in Rust and they share this enum. I can just add like a foobar, save that, and now both the client and the server understand that they can say foobar to each other. Of course, if I just add a command or message, it'll cause some compiler errors because Rust is really picky in match statements. It'll find that they're missing match arms because inevitably there'll be a spot in the back end where I have a match on the client message. It's like, I received the client message. What am I supposed to do for a foobar? And I'll have to fill in code there. But yeah, that's one of the minor reasons why I'm switching to Rust, is because it's on both the front end and the back end. And lets me share a lot of code. Although not as much code as I would have liked. I would have liked to share the crypto code, but I couldn't get it to build in the browser. Thank you for the follow. All right, so this is also, so refactor, well, extract function, whatever this function was named, on realm server connection opened. That's the dream, yeah. It's awesome that you get compiler errors when you change the contract. Yeah, exactly. But the downside of that is that I have to be very careful about that data structure when I'm migrating my servers, because like I show you in the production, there are actually 3 servers running. They're all going in parallel, and they're sharing information to stay in sync using the Raft consensus algorithm. So if I were to like do something like this where I move that to there, I've now broken the API because the way it gets serialized is these enums are assigned integer values to send over the wire. So a 0 byte is that, a 1 byte, a 2, a 3, a 4. So that's why I have this important thing here. I can make it backwards compatible by, I am not allowed to change anything after I put it into production, but I can add to it. So if I add a foobar here, it's okay because I didn't change the serialization of any of that. I will still have a problem if I send a foobar to an old version of the server, because the old version is going to be like, I can't deserialize it because I don't know what that, it's one past the end of the variance that I know of, right? So I'll only be adding to the end once I start making production builds of this, and I have to be very careful that I never send a new message to an old server. Probably by, as I update the game live, I'll update each server at a time, and I'll do them quickly so that to minimize the chance that an old server might receive a new kind of message from a new server. Let's hope the future crypto gets compilable to WASM. Yeah, I mean, it's not such a big deal. I can show you what I ended up using. It was, I push it off into utilities here. So to like extract a PEM, I had to do my own PEM extraction stuff, you know, turn them into lines, start with dash 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 to filter until it starts with that, do a fold. Don't care about WebGL right now. Yeah, parsing a private key was to call that other function, and then we're using the WebSys to get to the crypto library, and we have to interact with JavaScript objects, so it's a little bit of overhead, but it's not too much. I think the most difficult thing here was getting the key into the correct format. Yeah, that this has to be in DER format, right? Is that right? I can't remember what it was that I ran into. I ran into some problem with this. Maybe it was just that it took a long time for me to write that. But yeah. Version the messages. So versioning the messages only works if I break up the protocol into like, so you would have to have some, like, instead of putting foobar here, I would have to say like the entire, like a client message. I guess I would put a foobar here, but then I'd have to have some kind of wrapper for it, right? Some kind of public struct client message versioned, and then I'd have to have like I'd have to call this v1, and I'd have to have like, well, this would be an enum, right? And this is one way to do it. You would have like the version is a number, let's say 32, I don't know, and then this should be struct, and then you'd have just some kind of like a length and a payload, vec bytes, right? Actually, I guess that's encoded in there. So you would first read that, and then if it's a version you understood, then you take the contents of that and deserialize it as this, right? Or maybe, I guess you can just keep that. Like, if the version is one that you know about, you know that you can decode that as that, but otherwise you would just skip it. So you can do tricks like that, but then it becomes a multi-phase thing. You first deserialize into that, and then you take the payload and you deserialize into something else. So I've made code like that before. I might have to do that again here. Like, if I want to make a breaking change, I might have to like have maybe an alternative like a login, like I would add a login player v2 or something like that. Is something like that, or if something is really like I want to make an extension point where I think it really will change a lot, it would be like something that may change, and then put in like an ID of some kind, and then a payload. Anything where you break up, and this is a trick just in protocols in general. If you this is like, you can call this a version if you want. Version, ID, it all means the same thing. You can serialize and deserialize that, and it's future proof, because if it's just something you don't understand, the ID is not recognized, you just ignore the payload and you say, well, I can't do anything about it because I don't understand what the type is. So then at least it will deserialize properly. You just can't use it. So that's what I might be doing in the future for commands that might change a lot. Yeah, what you're saying, King, is what I'm trying to say too. Like, there would be a lot of extra work to make it actually less Rust. Rust is really about making things very strictly type safe, right? Very strict static typing, or not static typing, really strict in the typing. So to loosen it up, to make it future proof, I have to purposefully make it more dynamic. Yeah, exactly. I lose those compiler time checks. Exactly. So, I mean, we can do some tricks to mitigate that with macros and such, and I can make a macro that, like, I can say it's like a versioned, right? And then maybe this macro adds a lot of, or, you know, another way to do it is, I guess maybe you don't do a macro there, but you do something like versioned, and that's an attribute style macro, right? And then I would have the macro generate a bunch of code to deal with versioning of this thing, right? So we can do that. I might have to do that in the future. That's what SERD uses, right? For when you need to make the type more flexible to work with serialization. They define special attributes that they add. So yeah, I might have to do that. Okay. I need to finish checking this in. Trying to keep a balance between the chat and the work. I guess I'm falling a little bit behind. It's almost 5 o'clock. That's okay. So this also fixed the problem with the admin logging out, right? Yes, so fix problem where logging out when connected as admin was completely broken. And the other one was, oh no, I didn't actually fix it. The other problem was where we disconnected from the server. Do we reconnect? Actually, I might have fixed that. Should I test that? The test was connect to the server, and then find what server that is and kill that server. And so it should break the connection. Okay, broke the connection. I kind of wanted to try to reconnect in this case, but at least let's see if the logout works. Nope, I didn't fix it. I guess that's going to be another thing we fix. Okay, commit that. Maybe that's not what I do now. I think what had happened was I got preoccupied with refactoring the function. Okay, so if we're in this condition where the socket we're connected to gets closed, I think what we want to do is, if we have a login token, try to reconnect. If we don't, then act as if we we'll just go back sitting outside and put an error message saying we got disconnected. So that happens in closed here. If we know about the server, drop the WebSocket. Oh, I tried to do it. Did this not work? Oh no, this is only if we hadn't yet connected. So I kind of want to add another case then. It would be or matches self.role some role player selected realm server key if selected realm server key equals realm server key. And Rust formatter better help me out here. Oh no, it's not going to. I must have missed a parentheses. Oh no. It's gone all horizontal on me. What did I do wrong? Okay, it just doesn't want to break this up for some reason. What if I do it myself? That's really weird. I haven't seen this before. Where Rust formatter is hesitant to break this up. Okay. Let's see, is this correct? If we're in the middle, if we were trying to log in, or we still have a good key as admin, or we're trying to play the game and we just got disconnected from the server we should be connected to, then try to reconnect. Which is... Oh no, it's not this exactly, is it? We have... It's this, and we have to have a persistent login token, so... And... self.persistent... that's not what I want. How do I know if I have a token? This one. Yeah, Rust FMT is like, nope, not touching that one. Usually it'll get messy, but I guess that time it didn't. Do I really have to read from local storage to see if it's there? This is what I was doing before. Let me look at my state. Client configuration, connectivity, fetch force. I think I actually do need to look at the local storage for this. Because it will get stored if we successfully log in, right? Yeah. If we get a token back from the server, then we store it, and that's the only thing I do with it, so we have to retrieve it back out then. Well, what a pain. Could I at least set something here? I should be able to, right? Because on the last login success, that will know if we have a token or not. So like self have persistent login stored. False. And we can refactor that maybe by doing this, although I kind of run the risk of offending some people. I guess it's not too bad. The way it indented it is fine, right? So this is just a hint that we're going to use. So I need to initialize the hint here. We actually do know this at some point here, don't we? Oh. Actually, I guess here we don't need to know. Yeah, I'll just say false. Famous last words. Then I can say it here. So, if we were connected to this server and we have a token, then we can start connecting to it, because we would connect, and on opened, we would get down to here, and we would have a credential. Oh, I skipped that part. Oh, no, I didn't skip that part. We can't just call that. Yeah, that's not good enough. Where do we do this? Where do I set the credential? Yeah, where do I set this? Right here. Oh, it's on update. Shoot. So, yeah. This I need to call again. But not quite the same way. Oh, this is going to be ugly. Maybe just dump the code in there, for a copy of this code in there for now and refactor it later. I really don't want to do that. The problem is that when we initially logged in, we're not playing the game yet, so we're still on the logging in, this logging in activity. And so, but we're doing everything else that I'd want to do. Actually, I guess it's okay to call this function. Although it does some extra stuff we didn't need it to do. No, we actually don't want to call this because it's going to pick a different server. Yeah, I need to go through a slightly different path here or refactor this code. Okay, I need to do... Let's at least extract this. This is like get persistent login token. Load, yeah. So, refactor extract function. Oops. It's doing a little bit more than I thought it would. That's also returning the storage. I'd rather just get it from both places. And just return the token. So this alone. So this is not mutable. So this is load persistent login token. So then I don't even really need a name for that. I can just do that. Actually, if I restructured this code, I could reuse it in the other place too, because what this is doing is, if we have a token, then put it into the credential. Given that we have this. Okay, so let me restructure this. Actually, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to completely extract this function first. Thank you for the follow. Refactor extract into function. It got really confused by that, looks like. Oh, probably because it doesn't belong inside the impl for model, so it should go here, right? Yeah, so what to call this? This is, like, try, I guess? Try using persistent login token. Well, how about just persistent login token? load persistent login token as credential. And what I want it to do is actually return an option of game credentials. Okay, and then so we'll say if let some credentials equal that, then it will have been removed. We will have figured out the username, right? I think that's right. Then start login with that credentials. That's what I want there. It's telling me I don't need that redundant block. And I can combine this if like that. Okay, my hope is to reuse this function here. Right, so remove the current... Oh, I needed that, didn't I? Oh, no, I have it. Okay, yeah, so remove that line, remove the start login, and just return the credential. Return some. And then go down here and do none. Alright, so load it, which I can put back in there, right? Yeah, because we only need to load it once now. I can just fold those together. I actually keep them separate. No, I am gonna put them together. I'm gonna put them together definitely. So let that equal that. Move this over to here and reuse storage. There. Okay, so get access to local storage. Load the persistent token out. So this actually can go here. So if we have a persistent login token, then remove it from local storage. If we know a username or password, then stuff it into a credential. Else on both of those, we fail. What kind of consulting work do I do? I only did one consulting gig. It was C++ writing an audio device driver for Windows. And I'm starting a new job next week. It's full-time, so I'm no longer going to be doing consulting. Originally wanted to do more consulting since I got laid off 3 years ago, but I really got into the streaming stuff and doing this, what used to be a hobby that I do after work and on weekends. And it's probably going to return to that now that I'm going back to full-time. So even though I thought about doing consulting, I really didn't do a whole lot. I mostly did this streaming stuff instead. Okay, so that's what I want to do again on closed. Closed. Here. So it should be an else, right? Else that. Well, else if this and that. How do I just say this? If that. Drop this. Yeah, I need to update the about. I wasn't streaming full-time. I was like 50-50 stay-at-home dad. 50% that and 50% streaming. I was doing like roughly 20 hours a week streaming, 20 hours a week doing like all the grocery shopping, all the shuttling kids to and from school. Or maybe it was 50, 25, 25. 25% kid stuff, house stuff, 25% semi-retired, and then 50% doing the stream. If I could go back in time and change the about to say that, I probably will. But now what I'm going to do probably is just change it all to say that the stream is going to become like an after hours thing and that I have a full-time job or something like that. Starting next week. Okay, so if we're already trying to log in or we're in the admin role, we just try to connect to that server again. This isn't technically right, though. Because we'll go into here and we'll try to connect to it, even though we might not need to be connected. This is getting messy. I think I need to take the role stuff all the way out. First, check the roles. Only if we determine we want to connect to it, then figure out, again, based off of the role, how. Because we do this for admin, we do this for non-admin. Yeah. So then what would I do? Match on the role first? So yeah, this one. This one. And if it's none of the above, do nothing. Where? There. That. Wait, why didn't it like that? That's part of this pattern, isn't? Oh, role player. What am I getting wrong here? If. Oh, it's that and that, right? There we go. Right. I think this is better. Didn't like that. Probably because this needs to be dereferenced. And then inside of here, I need to do this. I think this is better. Yeah, see, whenever I iterate on this stuff, it's because a combination of not as good at Rust as I want to be, and combination of not knowing exactly what my requirements are and how I want to satisfy them. And then when I start to get those things into alignment, I can tell because when I read the code, it looks more natural. It looks how you would describe it from person to person, that when we get a WebSocket to a certain server closed, if we still know about that server, drop our WebSocket and then check what's our role. If it's an admin, then, oh, I forgot the bad key thing. If it's an admin and the key is not bad, then we start connecting. It's this thing, right? And actually, it would have to be if not key bad. That. Yeah, if for an admin, if the key isn't bad for that server, try to connect to it. And if we're a player and that's the server we were connected to, if we have a persistent login token, then yeah, now I'm going to use that function I made a little bit ago. It was, I already forgot what the name of it was. What did I call it? I forgot what it was called. Oh, no, I didn't. We have the credentials, so yeah, it was self login credentials equals credentials. And, was it self start login? Ah, it was that. That's what it was, start login. Yeah, I reasoned that this isn't really important because we're not we shouldn't be showing that. Store the credentials. Login as player just does, it's going to look it up and start connecting. Oh, wait a minute. I think I can just call, maybe I can just call that. Just do that and that. So basically the same thing is there. And just store the credential? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's try that. Why are we stopped in the debugger? Reload, please. Because I got compiler errors, apparently. Oh, what happened here? Oh. I think I moved the code for that and didn't move the body for the function out. I mean, didn't move the, I moved the body out and left the shell of the function there. Alright, are you building or not? Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, log in. Do it with a token. Okay, that still works. So now I'm connected to server 11. Let me kill server 11. Goodbye, server 11. Nice knowing you. Yeah, look at that. It reconnected to server 11 again. Now that I think of it, we don't have to connect to the same server. In fact, we probably don't even want to try, because that server might have a problem. So maybe it is better to go through that code that picked a server at random. Thread RNG. Just log in as player then? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Closed. Yeah, so basically, we might not connect to the same server now. I might pick a different one. We still have a token, so it actually should try to auto reconnect now. Yep, so, okay, server 11. Let me kill server 11. Goodbye, server 11. Nice knowing you. It tried to go to server 11 again. So I need to kill server 11 again. Pick a different server, please. Okay, there. Now it connected to server 10 instead. Cool. All right. And just like before, we're not showing, the reconnection is happening in the background, so the player doesn't really see it. I think that's how it has been, so I'm not going to change that. Log out, log in as admin. Let me test dropping a server here. It's already past 5. I don't want to be streaming this long. It's already 3 hours. Yeah! I'm just going to drop one server at random. So it was 12, and then reconnected to it once it started up again. Okay, I'm going to declare that this is all working, and we're going to check it in and move on to the next thing. Oh, I never needed that variable, by the way. I'm kind of surprised that it didn't warn me about not needing that variable. Yeah, I never needed it. I thought I needed it, but... yeah, we don't need it. Okay. Nothing to see here. Just pretend you didn't see that. We didn't need it. What happened there? Semicolon, rogue went rogue there. Okay, so extract function load persistent login token as credentials. Okay, handle disconnection differently if admin or player. Admin should simply try reconnecting as long as the key worked for that server the last time. Player should try to log in again if it has... Oh, I didn't do the else case, though. Like, if we don't have a token... Yeah, yeah, hold on. I'm not quite done. Because what if I log in and I don't click the remember me? And then, let's say I kill the server now. I think it'll just get stuck in limbo. So, where are you, server 12? I'm looking at my process list on the left here. Kill 12. Yeah, see, it just kind of got stuck. Yeah, it gets stuck again. Okay, so I need to fix that. Shoot. All these edge cases I'm not thinking of. Yeah, so there should be an else here, right? If we don't have a token for whatever reason, we should set an error. Disconnected from server. Some string from disconnected from server. And then self.current activity, I guess. Sitting outside. And we should clear our role. Self.role is none. Let's try that. All right, log in. Don't remember me. Oh, we're rebuilding again. I gotta wait. It's gonna reload on me anyway. Okay, we're connected to server 12. Killing server 12. Disconnected from server. Cool. Just to make sure that this is still working, if we have a token, it won't do that. So 12. Killing server 12. And it picked 12 again. Oh, interesting. Because it failed to connect to server 12, it said got disconnected. So it didn't try again. I thought I had something in there if we had a Oh, no, I don't have that. Shoot. I had it, but I removed it. Okay, good thing I tested it. This is what we do if we don't have a login credential already. If self.login credential is some, then it's this again. Else if that, else that. Okay, third time's the charm? Or is it, are we on try number 7 by now? Waiting for it to update, and okay, so we'll try the simple disconnect case. So, server 12. I'm killing this back end a lot just to test this. Disconnected, right? And then remember me this time. Server 10 it picked this time. Okay, it reconnected to 12 immediately this time. So I need to try to get to the case where it tries to reconnect to the server I just killed. So I'm just going to keep killing servers until I get that case. Okay, there we go. So it failed and then it retried and it worked. Perfect. And log out. Oh, logout shouldn't say disconnected from server. I know what I did wrong. Yeah, and this we'll continue to see this even if I don't remember me. It'll still say disconnected from server. The problem is that I don't have something for the default role, I think. Oh, no, I know what it is. On logout should clear our role. Yeah, okay, I cleared the wrong thing here. This should be role. We shouldn't even have a login credential if we get to this point. Yeah, I was setting the wrong thing to none there. Login credentials only use until you get logged in, and then you don't use it anymore. The role is what we keep. So then log out. Perfect. All right. Finally ready to check this in. Player should try to log in. Player should try to log in again if it has a login credential or a persistent login token. All right, and then on manual logout, clear role, not login credential. So this is like fix bugs in login, logout in the front end. I'm gonna have to take another quick break. But I think I'm at the end of that one task. This took me 3 hours, and I thought it would only take 1 hour. I never got to log compaction. I think I'm going to take a quick break. These I should knock out right away and do some log compaction work, but I don't know how long. So yeah, let me set this timer again. And I'll be back in a little bit. I'm back a little early again. Alright, cleaning up diagnostic log message is no longer needed. I think I was referring to all this junk at the front, so line 965. I don't need to see that anymore. Line 783. Don't need that. I don't think we need to see the login credentials either. I don't think I need to see that. I go through the infos and see if there's other things I don't really care about. Disconnected from server, authentication succeeded, successfully logged in. Authenticating as admin, disconnected from server for 3 different reasons. Connecting to server, opened, closed error. Okay. I think it's good now, right? Let's go through the motions here. Should print something when we log out, I think. Info. Logging out. Alright, I'm just going to commit that and move on. I should sprinkle my plan every day with more of these easy ones to like get me more motivated. These work items that take like 3 hours, they kind of drag me down. So tweak front end diagnostic log messages. So recover game database from backup if the data file is missing. Okay, so we're moving now into the back end of the game. I'm going to look for game.db here and here. So I guess it's here that we care about. This DB file, where do we use this? Here's where we write the database when we install a snapshot. Now, is that gonna, installing snapshots gonna impact this stuff? I don't think so. Thank you for the follow. Actually, if we're in the middle of doing compaction and we get told to install a snapshot, we should just abandon the compaction task. So let me make a note of that to do. If install snapshot is received at any point during log compaction, the log compaction work should be canceled. Or should be aborted. As in, like, clean up and stop the work, not just stop it. Okay. I think this is where we want to handle, like, if we can't open it, we would want to check for a backup. Let me test this. Yeah, I think this is what we do if there is no database or a database backup. We start from scratch. This is the bootstrap part right here. So I think this should be the database doesn't exist and the backup of the database doesn't exist. So we can say, like, if the database exists, true or false, else if db file backup exists, true, but then we're going to want to do a copy, fs copy from db file backup to db file, and then this could result in an error, so I want to do a map error source to like that. Yeah. This would be a file IO error, right? Yes. So it would be this one. Well, this is... Okay, this isn't enough information. I think I want to do this. Although, I'm not exactly comfortable with this one either. What's going on here? Oh. This doesn't exist. I need to make it. Static that... It looks like this, but has a different name. Game.db.back. Map to... what's wrong with this? I don't know. My eye doesn't see it for some reason. Oh, semicolon needed there. I guess I do need an else. Else. True. fs copy. Wait, what? Oh, I have to dereference both of those because they're lazy statics. Oh, I can't use it because the type is wrong. Okay, shoot. So it's file IO then, I guess. Yeah, alright. File IO it is. And it's this one down here, sort of, right? Actually, we don't know what the path is. Maybe I want to invent another error. File copy or something like that. Yeah. Let's do that. An unexpected program? Problem. An unexpected problem copying a file was encountered. IO error copying file something to destination. So this is like source. This is the path to the file being copied, not being copied. This is the path to the file source file. Destination file. Oh, right, and then we have to give it a name. File copy. Alright, so then I can use that, right? Here. Copy, source, backup, destination, that. Okay. So the way I've written this now is, if the database file exists, then we don't need to import the configuration. Actually, let's rename this. This is bootstrap database. We don't need to bootstrap the database if the database exists. But if the database, if the backup of the database exists, try to copy it to overwrite the database from the backup. If that fails, then return an error. But if it succeeds, then we don't need to bootstrap the database because we restored it from backup. If neither the database nor its backup existed, though, we have to bootstrap. Okay, so that's this one. That's all I should need to do then. So let me check that in. I guess I should make sure it builds and doesn't break. I'll do that while I'm writing my checking comments. How about that? All right, so this is restore database from backup if missing. Okay, so package and run. Okay, so let me test this by oh, that's weird. Why do we get a whole bunch of these? Unable to send close? What? Logged out. Oh, I think I might know what that's from. That's the Realm servers are still trying to establish connections to each other. But yeah, to test this, I'm going to rename one of the, let's go to the, where the game server is. So I'm going to rename the game database to its backup. Right, so the game database doesn't exist, but the backup does. So it should restore it from backup. Actually, I should have it log this when it happens. So, warn, game database missing, but backup exists. Attempting to restore. Concat. Looks like my terminal died. Feels bad, man. Use log warn. So my terminal died. That's okay. We have another one. Cargo build. Good thing there's nothing in the console I really needed, so it's okay if it dies. I just have to retype these commands myself directly. And then stage, orchestrator, localhost. Let me make sure that... Yeah, the database doesn't exist, but the backup does, right? So then, when this starts, it should give me a warning about the database being missing. Okay, I'm getting those warnings again. That makes me worried that I screwed something up. Yeah, warning. Game database missing, but backup exists, attempting to restore. And then it loaded it. Unable to parse binary message, invalid integer 80, expected variant. What is this? Hold on. This isn't connecting. What's connect? Huh. There's something wrong in the serialization. The only thing that, okay, it might be the orchestrator is out of date. So cargo build bin, release bin orchestrator. Because it shares some of the same data structures too for private messages. Copy, target, release, orchestrator, exe to stage. Let me run the package script again. Stage orchestrator. Well, actually, let's clear the terminal first. Yeah, what's going on here? What's this unable to parse binary message business? It's when connected to on connection 0. Who's connection 0? From 12 to 0. Right? No, from 10 connection... No. Server 10 connection 0. What's server 10 connection 0? It's from server 10 to 11. So server 11 tried to send something to server 10 and it got garbled. So I guess we can take these first bytes and try to figure it out. So it's 2, 1. So server message. No, it's private message. Game private message. lib.rs in game private message. What happened to my terminal? I don't know what happened. 012. So it's forwarded client response. Oh, look at that. It got truncated. Binary message got truncated? What's going on? How did it get truncated? Oh, it would probably get truncated because this one was bad. It's 83 bytes long. Okay, so client ID. Client ID 1. Response is a server message. Oh, wait. Yeah, 80 is out of range. It should be 0 to 4. So what is this 2180? Why did it generate that? I'm wondering if it sent it to the wrong socket. Actually, I know what's happening. I know what's going on. It tried to send an auth success with a login persistent token to a player of the game, but it actually sent it to a Realm server, and Realm server's like, I don't understand what the hell you just tried to tell me. Okay, so it got confused about the connection number. And I think it has to do with what it was doing at the time with replaying the log like that. Probably in there somewhere there's a client, the client connection number is the same as the server to server connection number. So it's connection 1 in this case, right? I'm looking for connection 1. So it's between 10 and 12. And how is 12 connected to 10? Connection 3. Okay. So if the player is logged in with connection 3, that would be a problem. Let's see if that's in the log somewhere. See, I don't see 3. Oh, I do see it 3. There it is. But that's the wrong server. Okay, here's one where, yeah, that's the problem. It thinks a client needs to be sent, a client on connection 3, which it knows about, needs to be sent a login token. Okay, I think I know how I deal with this. We don't want to reply. We don't want to send any player replies if we haven't caught up to the cluster yet, because those are old connection numbers that we don't want to replay. The other alternative is that I encode a term number. Would the raft term number work? That wouldn't even work. I'd have to have like a server generation number to augment the client connection. So I'm just going to fix it the right way. So that's in forward client response, I think. Where exactly would that be? Let me close all these files. They're getting in my way. Login. Applied, login, authenticated. Yes. Yeah, it's these messages that it sends back, right? What are we doing with that message? It's this thing. Yep, this is the problem. We can't just assume that that client ID, like we might be replaying an old command, and that client ID might get misinterpreted. Hey there, Initiative. How are you doing? So what I want to do here is, if that's true, and we're caught up to the cluster. Yeah. So and self dot, we have no self here. Shoot. So how do we do this? I guess that needs to be passed in as part of the apply login. Oh, we have it right here. Caught up to cluster. Yeah. So I use that elsewhere here. So I just need to use it down here. So if caught up to cluster and... So that's the bug fix then. And I have to be careful about that in the future. I should never send a public game message until we've caught up to the cluster, because otherwise we might be replaying old log messages, and these client IDs might not be valid anymore. Cargo build. Just fixing bugs. Clear. And run. So it's going to replay all that. Hopefully I don't get any warnings this time. I got these. What's that all about? Closing logged out. Couldn't send close. What's connection 4 for server 11? Right, it's a private connection. It's hard to say because it opened and then we closed it for some reason. It should say somewhere down here like why we closed it. Oh, they closed the other end. So okay. Oh, here it is. Connection 4 claims to be orchestrator. Why did we close it then? Logged out? Oh, that's another problem then. We're getting a logged out message. I think it's the same problem as before. Yeah, we shouldn't be doing that because this didn't happen yet. So there must be one other place where we're doing this. Yeah, it's on the logout, not the login. Okay, I know where it is then. It's the same problem though. It's the supply logout. It's this thing. This should only be done if we're caught up. So we need the same boolean that we had in apply login. We need to do the same thing in apply logout. Right here. We just say only if this is true. Right? Only if we caught up to the cluster and we are the server that they should be connected to, then we disconnect them. All right. Interesting bug to be in two places. Caught up to cluster. We actually have that variable available there. All right. See, this is why I'm really happy that I have those log messages, the warning ones, because that's a sign that something's wrong. I don't want to see that normally. Stage, orchestrator, localhost. I don't want to see any warnings now. Perfect. We're all good now. Well, I should probably test it by logging into it, right? Yeah, so we can log out and all that stuff. Okay, so then check it in. Unexpected bug fix found while just looking at the log. Fix bugs in reacting to clients during log replay. Actually, that was a different change. This is part of it, though. Yep, that's it, and that's it. And I don't know why there are two files with weird names in it. I need to delete those. Commit that. This is to back up the... Oh, this is just to print a warning. So log warning if database is restored from backup. Okay, git clean n, git clean f. There we go. Some rogue files I must have created by accident. Push. Okay. Now that this is out of the way, time to do log compaction. So log compaction is when the log file grows to a certain size, right? So, for example, if I go to one of the server's workspaces and I look at this log file right here, right? The longer that gets, the more we have to actually replay. This is all the log being replayed when the server loads. So at a certain point, a certain number of log entries probably, we need to say, okay, now the log is so big that we should compact the log. And compacting the log literally means applying all those log entries to the database. So this database is actually never changing, which is why the timestamp is still this morning, the last time I migrated it. So log compaction would make a new copy of the database with all of these log entries applied to it. And then we would start over with an empty log file with the number slightly larger. The number here is the base index of the database, like the how many log entries have been applied to the database. So yeah, I want to look up, see how in the past I made the decision about when to do the compaction. I think we decided that in the coordinator implementation, but I'm not sure. Snapshot. So make snapshots to do it manually, right? Yeah, so that should be, well, let's just search for that in all the C++ files. This where we, okay, maybe here? Ah, this might be it. Okay, it's this, if this flag is set. Okay, here it is. So it's on log commit. If we're not already making a snapshot and we're not reconfiguring, in my case, I think the way I did it in the new raft and rest, it doesn't matter if we're reconfiguring or not. It should still work. Yeah, so this we don't need to worry about anymore. This we still do because if the future is running to like a task is running to do the compaction, we don't want to start another one. So check to make sure we're not already doing it, and then if we're not, if we've advanced this past the snapshot interval in log entries, then we are going to start the compaction. So I don't need to see where this comes from. Okay, it comes from the configuration snapshot interval. And thank you for that follow, I appreciate it. I had a backup copy to see where this was stored in. Okay, there, so it's just a number, and it's set to 250 in the test environment. Crazy Cat 555, how are you doing? So I need a new configuration variable, right? So I did this yesterday. We need to go first to game configuration. What was it called? Is it lib.rs in game configuration? Yes. All right, and then here are the different configuration variables, right, in the new format. So we'll want the old name kind of updated to the new style. All right, so that's just take this and tell it to use snake case. Right? So then the compiler errors from that will drive the development we need to do. Okay, so down in here in the test, right? We are missing that. So we'll set it to something. How about 150, right? And then the test to make it pass, we'll want that variable here, snapshot interval, to be 150. And then I'll want to do the same thing in this deserialized test. So if it's present in the JSON, then we expect it to come out in the structure. Deserialization that 150, right? And run all the tests to make sure it passes. Okay, so this guarantees if the configuration JSON has it, that we'll be able to get it in the structure. So the next step is to make sure configuration has it. So that will be in our migration script. So that's lib.rs from, no, main.rs from this conversion stuff, right? Let's see, yeah, here there should be a configuration somewhere. Config, here we go. So here it is. So this will match the old configuration file. Not everything, but the things we care about. So here we're going to use CRD rename to make sure that when it's in the JSON in the old format, it has the camel case or Pascal case or whatever. But when we, how we want to see it is here with snake case. So when I do that, it's going to drive some compiler errors to make me fix it. Snapshot interval, self.snapshot interval. And then down here, same thing down here, right? Game config.snapshot interval. All right, that should be everything I need to do. Close these. Build that. And because it wasn't in the database before, I'll need to run the migration script again. I need to do this whenever I change the schema of the game and I have the data from the old version. I'll need to run this migration script. So that blows away all the log files as a side effect. Also, I still haven't done anything to fix the fact that I have to hack this, because in the old configuration it didn't have the right version numbers in there. I have to just manually put them in. Alpha. All right, but given that, I should be able to package the code again. This is where that string has to match whatever I put in the configuration. Stage orchestrator localhost, and it should now it's up and running with that configuration thing added to it. So then we can use it, right? We can say in the cluster.rs, I guess after we've applied all these commands, we can say if commit index is greater than or equal to self dot, well, actually, we can take the commit index minus the base index. Self dot game state dot base index is greater or equal to that configuration variable, right? Which we need to fetch. Map game state. Really? I never actually... Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Game configuration dot. Oh, I'm searching in the wrong files. Duh. Yeah, so I ought to make a helper for this, but I don't have a helper for it. I need a sample from the game state to get the snapshot interval variable in the first place. Snapshot interval. And then I can compare with that and say, if true, then we're going to do some work, right? All right. So get the snapshot interval from the game state, game configuration, and this is the number of log entries that we have in the log file that have been committed. If that exceeds the snapshot interval, then we're ready to compact. So we'll put out info, I guess. I kind of want to make this into a variable first. Let log entries committed equal that. And then log entries have been committed. Now or starting log compaction, I guess. Something out of something where the first, okay, this is too long, so concat to shorten this. Log entries committed and snapshot interval. Don't you like how Rust FMT just kind of formats it for you if you do everything right? Okay, so I think what I want to do is have some state in the server that tracks whether or not we're doing compaction at all. And so we would include it in this, right? We would say if self.compacting log not, if we're not already compacting the log and we're ready to, then start. And we would immediately set that variable. So I need this to exist, so let's add it. Compacting log bool. And when we first load the server, it's not happening, so let's just say compacting log false. Right? Okay. So it's an asynchronous operation, so the easiest way to do this is to go to the work message sender and send a message to do it. So this is work message. Is that the right type? I can't remember the type. Work message, which I'm going to need to import. Apparently, how come this isn't working? Come on, no code actions available. Not helping. Okay, I'll go here. Well, let's just add it first. Compact log, I guess. And we don't even really need to say anything more than just start doing it, and we'll just make it an asynchronous thing. So this will kick off something in the worker to start doing the log compaction. Yeah, okay. Where am I? Here. Compact log. Yeah, it's dumb. The control dot usually lets me type something here. So it's where is that defined? Is it in, where is it? It's in worker, okay. So, worker, work message. I don't know why it can't figure that out for me. I misspell it? Compact, oh, I just didn't save here, that's why. Okay. So that gets the message in. Now worker's gonna have an error because we don't have an arm in a couple places actually. We need an arm, okay, that's a bug. It should have only added that one. I think it's because I'm using self everywhere. And the auto insertion wants to use the name of the type instead. All right, so we're just gonna print that if we ever see this work message, it just means compact log, right? And then the second place, I should have seen it break somewhere else. Oh, I think it's because it gets forwarded back to the server here. Yeah, handle work message, exactly. So then fill and match arm, so that should add one for compact log. I wish it would put it in the right alphabetical order, but it doesn't. Okay, and then I suppose we'll just forward this, so start log compaction. So this becomes another function that we want to have. And should I make this in another, here's an opportunity to put it into another module. I think I'm going to take myself up on this opportunity. New file, log compaction. All right, and then we'll have impl realm server function start log compaction mute self. Okay, have it do nothing. Main needs to reference this module here. And then this will just do import crate. And that should have fixed the compiler error I had. Oh, no, I have to mark it as public or something, right? Yeah, it says it's marked private. Cool, okay, so from here, I want it to do some asynchronous work. So that means I'm gonna want to give it the futures. And it's gonna basically add a task, a work item to the futures list. So I don't need to specify the lifetime because I'm not using a reference that gets associated with the work item at that point. Here I do because some work items can borrow the web client, the reference to the web client. So that's why we need to annotate them and then say that basically A is at least as useful as B. In other words, the web client lives at least as long as the work item. Otherwise, we can't borrow the client in a work item. So I don't think I need to do that. Okay, so I need to pass the futures. Is that all I need? So what we're going to do is we're going to make a future that we're going to add to here that has all the information necessary to do everything I want it to do from here. So it's going to need to get shared access to the game state in order to borrow commands out of it, right? Because it's going to need to apply all the log entries at some point. So applying log entries is basically reading a log entry, and then depending on what it is, it's going to do one or more SQL queries on the database to change, update, delete, insert, right? CRUD. Change, remove, update, delete. So I'm gonna need to make sure that the game state can be shared. So let's look at the game state and make sure I did that right. Game state. Game state. Lib? Game state. It's the server interface that we want, right? Because the server interface has this, is it map? Actually, no. Hold on. I guess with server interface, we do map in order to get access to the game state, and then with the game state, I had it this commands thing. That's how we inspect the log right now to update our in-memory state of the game. I want to change this though because this returns a copy, a clone of the command, which is expensive, or can be expensive. So anyway, this server interface, collapse this. This should be clonable because it has a reference counted mutex. So I think all I need to do is implement clone for game state, right? And that should clone this arc. So derive clone. Then I should be, wait a minute, this won't, no, this is the wrong thing. I don't want to derive it on that. I want to derive it on the server interface. So yeah, now I'm going to take the game state from the server, clone it, and put it into the future, and then the future will be accessing, we'll be sharing it with the rest of the game, and we should be able to do all the things that we need to do. So, yeah. I'm already thinking about, like, if we're compacting a lot of logs, that means we're going to be stuck in this. If we do all of them at once, we'll be sitting here and, oh, no, this right now, it does a collect. So it actually is pretty fast. But if I do change this to return an iterator instead of clone and collect, I'll have a problem where we might stall the rest of the game while we're compacting the log, and I want to avoid that. So probably what I would do is I would just read one at a time. No, well, still, like, if we're borrowing anything from the game state, nothing else can, right? So I think, and actually in the end, I think I will want to do a clone collect, and then now with my independent copy, I can apply them to the database. Okay, so maybe I'll leave this the way it is. I hope you guys like me talking to myself. What I'm doing is called rubber ducking, where you're trying to explain what you're doing to a rubber duck sitting on the table, for example. If I can explain to an inanimate object or a webcam what I'm doing, then hopefully I understand what the heck I'm doing. And I mean no offense by that. It's just a term that is similar. I guess we should invent a new term, right? Twitch talking? Twitch developing? Where you just explain to Twitch chat what you're doing, and that helps you understand what you're trying to do. All right, rather than write this from scratch, I'm going to look back in the main to see what are other things I do here. Right, so logging with Twitch definitely was using a future, right? Oh, I just did it that way. Why don't I just do the same thing? We'll just, yeah. If I do this, and I can't use self. And that's okay as long as I clone the game state reference and pass it in. Maybe that's what we'll do. Let game state handle equals self dot game state dot clone. And then we can pass that handle in. Streamed rubber duck debugging? Do you actually have a rubber duck? No, I just have you guys. And that's where I'm thinking, oh, maybe I just dissed everybody by calling everybody a rubber duck. Previous company worked for, every developer had one. That's awesome. We had a rubber chicken at one point, and if you were in charge of something that like did something horrible to the production environment, like you dropped a table, the database, or your bug caused everyone to disconnect, you would get past the rubber chicken, and it was like a badge of dishonor. You'd hope that the next person that would screw up in the not so distant future, so you can pass along the rubber chicken to them. Okay, so this is boxed. Right, so then this needs to move out. So I don't need to implement that. It's just here. And instead of getting the futures, we are getting the game state, which is a game state server interface, I think. I think that's the type, yes. That, I don't know if it'll be able to figure out. Oh, it did. There we go. Okay, so this needs to be async, and it needs to return a work output. That's important. So, yeah, I need to think, like, what do we do when we get to the end? Will it be able to do everything here? Actually, there's a step that we're missing, which is what I would want. So, when we want to update the server state when we're done, it would be stop writing to the old log file, and but keep writing to the new log file. So we'll just have something to represent that the log has been compacted. Log compacted, I guess. And I suppose at this point we would say, what is the No, I don't need to say what is the anything. We should have all the information already, which means I need to back up a little bit. Log compaction. Before we begin the asynchronous work, we have to decide this new base index, right? And actually, we need to decide the new base index and open this file. So maybe I do want to have like some synchronous work before the future stuff. So I think the way I would do that is then first move this into an impl again. Function like, we'll just call this log, a compact log. And we'll make that name there, mute self, and we'll need the futures because that's not part of the realm server's state. And it does this. Import realm server. Oops. Okay, we need work again. Two arguments are needed. There's no self. So yeah, what did I decide? For that, it was work output log compacted when we're done. Yeah, so we'll need what? Futures extension? Use futures future extension to get boxed. Cool. So that's the minimum fundamental stuff we need to do asynchronous work. So this would call this. So self.that futures. So the worker kicks off the work by letting us borrow the list of tasks that we're working on, the work items, and we're going to get a clone of the game state handle and then pass it to a asynchronous function, box that future, and push it into that list. Then at that point, this is all handled asynchronously by the worker whenever the worker has free time to do it. And when it's done, it's going to take this log compacted, and that goes out in the main loop of the worker, which is in the serve function, which is in the worker here. Serve. So it'll come out here, and then we'll have to go, it'll be handled. That's right, that's why this is an error, because we have a unfinished work item. Unspecified work item, log compacted. So here's where we decide what to do when the asynchronous work is done. Log compacted, right? So I'll just leave it like that. So this is what we do when we're back in the worker. So worker owns the realm server. So when we need to update the realm server state or the worker state, we do that kind of work here. But while we're running asynchronously, we would do the work in here. We just don't have access to the realm server by design. It's separate. That's how it can run asynchronously and not stall things. So yeah, so here we're going to need to decide, I guess we already knew where to do the compaction, right? No, actually we stored anyway, right? So let new base index equals self.commit or last commit index, right? So it's whatever we have committed is our new base index, and that goes into there. That needs to know that. Is that all the information we need? Yes, but then here, while it's still synchronous, we need to make sure we at least start the process, which is, okay, we decided we've decided when, and we decided the new base index. We're going to open the new game log and start writing. So that means wherever I have a handle to the game log, we need to have, I think we need to have 2 handles, right? One that we always have and the other one that's optional. And if it's something, we're going to write to it as well. So let's put a bookmark here. Get rid of my old bookmarks. I need to find out where that file handle is. That would be in game state, actually. Like, where's the file handle? It'll be here somewhere. Log with path, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Because here's where we write to it, right? Or here's where we truncate it. Where do we write to it? Right here? Yeah. We borrow the log and its path, and then here's where we write to it. Okay, so I need to, this is where I would update it, right? I need to have a way to like start to do this operation, create a new one, and then start writing to both of them. And then at the end, we want to be able to stop writing to the old log file, but keep writing to the new one. So I think that's 2 methods that I want, right? In I suppose we can put it in this interface. So let's just collapse everything. Like start, what to name it? What to name this operation of opening a new one and start writing to both? Like start parallel logs or something? Or start transition? Start transition. So we need like the new path, right? And then we'll have finish transition. Right? And then in the actual state, I'll need, it already is an option. I wonder why I had it as an option. Oh, because we don't, I think because we don't start writing to it, we don't open it until we start at some point. Let me find out why. Oh, yeah. Because if load is called, and that's actually, if we're told to load while we're doing a compaction, we need to abandon the compaction. Yeah, actually that reminds me. We need, in the compaction here, I need a way to like tell it to stop early and abandon it. Or just cancel the future, make it cancelable, and at the end just delete the byproducts. Maybe, thinking about it. Anyway, yeah. So load will have to drop the old path anyway. That's why it's optional. So we're gonna have to add, we're gonna add a new one. So like new log with path or something. And that is the same type. Okay, so down here, new log with path is also none. Okay, so start transition should open the new log. So the same thing as load. So it's this one, right? That's if it exists. What if it doesn't exist? If it doesn't exist, then this. Yeah. Actually, so we're going to always do this. So this down to here. So this is like new log, new path. Okay, so I had to be careful about this. I need to make it fallible. Yeah. So result. What have I been doing to make things fallible before? Error? Yep. Okay, and if we get to this point, then it's self.new. How come it's not helping me? Probably because of that. Oh. It's just new path, right? Or do I have to say to path buff? I think I do have to say to path buff. Okay, so then self dot. How come it's not helping me? It's just new. If I just remember the name, I wouldn't have to rely on this new log with path, right? New log with path equals sum. That new log and path, and then we're okay if we get to that. Oh, yes. We need a tuple. So it needing to be in both places, I think it's easier to do it this way. P, where P is into path buff, and then we can say let new path equal new path into, and then here I can just say new path clone, and then here I can just let it use the new path. Okay, so finish transition, what did I say? It would stop writing the old and keep writing the new, so that's easy. I would just say self dot log with path equals self dot, or replace self dot new log with path take, right? Can I not say that? Oh, those are the same. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, not replace, just equal. Replace as if you just want to, it's a shortcut for doing equals sum. So this will take out the new one and put it in the other old one, and then dropping what it had before. So that's exactly what I want, really. So this is done, and this is done. So I need to call that and then do this copy, file copy. So this start transition will be done from here. Yeah, so and this is fallible. What do we do on a failure? I think if I do a failure, I'm just gonna log an error and act as if, oh, what do we do? It'll keep trying. Log an error and then what? I don't want it to crash, and I don't want it to try again. It'll keep trying again, though, unless I set something. I mean, it shouldn't ever fail. What if it fails, though? I guess I could have it crash for now. And once I have a mechanism for alerting me about the server being unstable in some way, I'll have it do that, but then it would run in a crippled mode where it can't compact the log, and then I'd have a flag to do that. So yeah, let's just keep it simple. So it would be game state, self.game state dot map game map mute state to game state dot. Does this need to be marked public, I guess? Yeah. Start transition to the new path. Okay, we need to assemble the new path. Let me look where load is called. I can copy that code. Load. Here it is. That's what I want. Okay, so this is new log path. Path buff from format the new base index in there. Path buff. Okay, this is irritating. So I'm going to reload Visual Studio Code because I think it's just Rust Analyzer just kind of crapped out there. Loading, loading, loading. Indexing, indexing, indexing. Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't even try to sing. All right. Still no code actions? Come on. Why does this not want to help me? Okay, fine. It's use standard path buff. Why did it not help me with that? Is it because I have other problems? Maybe. No, it shouldn't. This shouldn't break like that. This is making me worried. Anyway, start. So this will start making the new log file, right? Do your work. The work here, oh no, I want to make a copy of the database using the new, yeah. So we can do that. Actually, we can do that inside here. All of this needs to be done synchronously because it needs to be done. Actually, maybe it doesn't need to be done here. Oh, right. Because the moment we return from start log compaction, we might do things which actually write to the log, and then we would have lost the log entries that we need for here. Oh, there's more things we need to do. I need to write to this log anything that is between the commit index and the last index. Yeah, we need to do that here, actually. So, yes, so then that's more work here. Okay, and we need to fetch that here while it's still synchronous, right? So let last index, well, really, it's the next index, like the one past the last, self dot last commit index, but not anything else. Oh, sorry. It's not here. It's in here, and it's games. Yeah, game state. Whoops. Game state dot. Is it outside? I can't remember where I put this stuff. Self dot game state dot last index. There we go. So it is. I do call it last index. What does that actually do? Base index plus length. I have to be careful because I don't want to be off by 1. So if the base index is 0 and then there are 10 log entries, then I would get 10 back. And if the commit index is 5, that means 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are committed. So 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So I would need to write 5 to the file. So go from 5 to 10. Inclusive, actually, right? So I would want to add 1. So yeah, so this is next index is that +1. Because in here we're going to want to do game state dot commands from new base index to new log index. Next index. Dot iter or into iter. Well, I can say for command in that. And I want to actually write those back out now. Oh wait, I can't use commands. I have to actually use the I have to use the other thing. I actually need to use the one from the other interface. I need entries. Entries from. Because I need all the entries, even the ones that aren't game commands, because we're writing them all. What if I just make this a method of game state? In fact, why don't I just make that part of start transition? Okay, yeah, that makes more sense to me. So start transition would take the log path and the new base index, and just let it deal with that stuff. All right, so then this is new base index usize. So then after opening the file, it's going to write to the file all the entries in memory. No, it can't do it. It has to actually read them from... Do we have them in memory? They load it in memory when we do load? If so, that would be the best. Oh, yeah. So we have them available. So we can just write them back out. So, because append writes the serialization and pushes the entry. Okay, so we serialize the entry, we keep the entry and its offset in the file so we can truncate. Okay, so then this shouldn't be too bad. For entry in self. Okay, the yellow squigglies are making me crazy. Let's just do this for now. Allow to do fix me. Okay, so self dot entries from, well, no. Yeah, we'll want to take the new base index and subtract the base index, but then do a dot dot. Well, I guess I can compute this. Let, yeah, new base index equal that. Well, it's not a new base index. I need a new name for that. So this is like first entry. First new entry. I'm calling it index, which is bad because it's the same word as these, but these are based from 0, and this is based from the base index. How about new entry offset? That's a better name. So go from the new entry offset all the way to the end, right? And we're going to want to slice that. And missing documentation. Come on. Okay, fine. I'll write documentation. Is it just missing doc? Documentation? Docs? I don't remember. Oh, there it is. No? What does it not like about that? Unknown lint. Okay, what is the lint? You're not helping me, computer. What do I need to suppress? Missing docs. Wait. Here, right? Oh, is it just not, it's not clippy, it's just that. Okay. Okay, so for entry, same thing as what a append does. It's going to serialize and write it all. Yes. That. So it already is borrowed, right? So this has to be entry.entry. So let's name this something else. Entry with what? Offset. Unwrap or else panic, unable to serialize. So I guess, yeah, I did cut it short before too. I guess we don't need a panic here then. We'll just let start transition panic for me. I don't know. I guess maybe I'll just keep the panic because the write should always succeed, right? If we can't serialize and we can't write, then we're screwed anyway, right? New path. And I don't need an offset actually. So this is new log, write all serialization, unable to write to it. So this needs to be mutable because we're writing to it. Borrow new path, I guess. What's going on here? Oh, probably because I also didn't borrow it here. Oh, come on, give me a break. Oh, because I moved it in there, that's why. Clone then. Okay, what's this? New log is moved? Oh, yeah, okay. Rather than cloning there, I just push this to the end, I guess. Might as well copy it all the way down to the bottom. Now what? Missing panic stock. Of course, it can panic too. I just don't feel like fixing that right now. And what's this one about? Okay. I'm just going to suppress them all. For now. Okay, does this look good? We take the new path and the new base index. We get a path buffer. We try to create the new log file. If there's an error, we'll return early with that error. Although I'm starting to think maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe we just panic because we're already panicking down here. I don't know. Anyway, assuming we can open the file correctly, we compute the offset of the first new entry into the log from the base index, the new base index minus the old base index. So that's how many entries we can skip to, I guess we could also just we could have rewritten this self entries iter skip that many. Anyway, it's the same thing, right? Because this is a vector, it doesn't matter. So this is the number of things to skip. So we skip them with all the rest of the entries, we serialize it, and then write it to the new log file. So now it gets duplicated into the new log file. And then it started. From this point on, we can, the start transition is called from here. We can do the rest of the work asynchronously, and while that's going on, any new things should be written to both, as long as append writes to both, which I forgot to do. In append, we need to write to both files. So right here, if let some new log equal self dot, actually it's some new log and new log path, right? self dot new log with path. Then I want to try to write it to the new log as well. Hold on, I got replied to a text. Still going. All right. In parentheses. Yeah, and then write to the new log, and if it fails, new log path. This needs to be mute. Actually, if I make this mutable, that'll work, right? Yeah, okay. So if we have a new log with path, we're writing to both. Now, what happens if in truncate? Oh, it's going to be really messy. What if we're asked to truncate before? We'll never ask to be truncate before stuff we've already committed, so it should be safe. But we might need to truncate both files, right? Also, the we'll need to remember the offsets, right? Oh, that's going to suck. Actually, the offset in the new file should be the same as the offset in the old file, minus some difference, and the difference will be the offset of the new entry, so I can record that. Maybe in that file, so we can have, like, that's the offset between the number of bytes, or the offset of the first entry in the old file. So, new log offset, which we don't need here. But when we create it, we knew it. We do need it. New log offset. Yeah, so that's in here. We can get it from here, right? Yeah, we can... I can say if self.entries.nth, well, iter nth, or last? Can I say last? No, I don't. I want this one, don't I? How do I do this in truncate? Oh, and self entries last or entry with offset. Okay, that's if I truncate that first and then get the last one. I'd sort of want to do something very similar to that, but it's not going to be the last, it's going to be the nth. I guess that's it right there, right? Nth first. That. This is new, where'd it go? Down here, new log offset. Is self entries, can I not call nth? Oh, it's a vector? Oh, iter. A U64, okay, so then that needs to be a U64. That makes sense, I guess. So this is essentially like the offset of the entry that we're starting to write from will be how many bytes more the old log file will be from the new one. Right? So we'll need that in truncate. Oh. I need to map this, right? Log path, log offset to log path. All right. Is there a shortcut for this? It's going to tell me? Called iter, calling get is faster and more efficient? Really? Okay. Get. Awesome. Clippy's our friend. I love Clippy. Okay, so truncate needs to be updated, right? Here's where it gets really hairy because this finds the offset we want to truncate at and then this does, okay, it's actually not too bad. I want to do this again if let some new log path new log offset equals self borrow mutably self dot new log with path, right? We want to do the same thing, but then the offset is adjusted by this new log offset. So this is new log path, and this should say like new game log. Actually, no, we're printing out the path, right? So here it's going, we need to calculate the new log byte offset is the log byte offset minus the, and this we should, it shouldn't underflow, and I guess if it does, I kind of want it to panic, so we'll just do raw, a checked subtraction, right? New log offset. Cannot subtract. Okay, I need to dereference that. The other one. Right, and then that is the offset we seek, and set the length at. Okay, so that's not too bad. That's not too bad. And then load needs to cancel it, right? Yeah. Load is called by new and by install snapshot. Install snapshot is called here. Okay, that's wrong. It's not finding all the references. So let me tell it, yeah, a wider search there. Oh, Raft can do that to us. Okay, so, okay, that makes it interesting. Oh, that's not good. That means there's no way for us to know when it actually happens. No way for the asynchronous, the log compactor. There's no way for the log compactor to know if we're given a new snapshot. I mean, we shouldn't get a new snapshot. It shouldn't happen. But what if it, but in the rare case where it does, so where it might happen is if the leader decides to compact while we're very far behind, and then we haven't gotten all the entries yet, and then the leader says, well, starting from this new snapshot, here are some entries, and we say, well, we don't have the base for that. And be like, okay, toss your database, here's a new one. And if we were in the middle of compacting that at that point, it is very, very stretch of the imagination. If we were compacting that at that point, then we'd have to know to abandon it, basically. And the only thing that knows right now that it happens is this install snapshot function, which calls load right here. The moment it calls load, it's going to start writing a new file that's now out of sync with the log compaction that we're making. So actually, I have an idea. Here's what I'll do. I will have load delete the new log file. And if in log compaction, when we get to the very end, we'll just check that the file's still there. If the file's still there, then we're good to go. But if it's been deleted, then we will abort the compaction. In fact, we could have it check periodically if the new log file still exists, right? And if the new log file ceases to exist, we know we got, we needed to be canceled. Yeah, that's how I'll do it. So then that means that in load, what load should do is, at the very end, You should say if let some new log, well, we don't need, oh yeah, we do need to know new log path. We don't care about the new log offset though. Equals self dot new log with path dot take. We're taking it on purpose because we don't want to write to it anymore. So we will, don't even need the new log, right? Wouldn't I just drop it to make sure it gets closed? And then delete the file? Is it remove? Remove file. New log path. And then I guess we'll panic if we can't. Yeah. What? Unwrap? Expect? Unable to delete new log file. Well, how do I do this before? I guess by returning a result, and then that panics. Yeah. So it would be one of these, map error with early return. Right here. So just, yeah, this is that. Just borrow it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Should we print something else here? Warn? New log, well, new log something deleted. Well, interrupted transition. Interrupted log transition. New log blank deleted. New log path. That way, if whatever happens, we'll see a warning for it. Okay. Let me make sure I covered everything. Until we see it actually work, let's print some stuff here. Like, we'll print new log started, copied blank entries from blank. So this would be skipping blank bytes, copied blank entries from blank. Okay, so the concat here to make it multi-line friendly. New path, bytes is new log offset. Entries is, it's actually a count of this, so it's going to be like self entries length minus the first one. And then the first one. No, that's wrong. I need new base index. So skipping a number of bytes, copying some number of entries from some base index. All right. And then that's start transition. Finish transition should print something too. So info new log blank replacing old log blank. Can I can do this with a if let, right? Actually, you know what I should do? Do it inside this map. Yeah. Like that. And then I can put the info message in here. But I'll want to borrow or clone the old path. Let old log path. I'll just copy the whole option. So self.log with path dot map. Log with path. Actually, it's just log with path. Log with path. Dot to path buff. And then that should be a path buff. Option path buff, right. So I'm going to say if let some old log path equal log path, then replace the old log path with the new log path. There we go. Cannot move out, right? So we just want to reference that. I can't do that. Why not? Oh, because I need to do an as ref. Because it's an option. And yeah, we don't need a log. See, I'm kind of interacting with the Rust compiler as I go. The Rust compiler talks to me in squiggly lines and sometimes pop-up windows. And I talk back to chat and myself and the screen and type while I'm doing it. So the old log path is go to log with path as a reference, map it to copy the path out. So this is, if we have a log file, we get the path to it, otherwise it's none. Then replace the log path with the new log path taken out if we have one. Then if we have an old log path, we write this message. And actually, I should have an else, right? Like just like using new log. So this shouldn't ever happen. Using new log lost the old one somehow. That shouldn't ever happen, right? But if it does, why not have an else case for it? I don't think it's possible, but who knows? I mean, if we do, it's fine, because at that point we don't need the old log file anymore. Because finishing the transition, this is the very last step, I think, right? Yeah. So if by this point we lost the old log file, then who really cares, right? We should still have it around. I don't plan to delete it. I want to keep it for backup purposes, but yeah. Okay, so I've done that. I've done deciding when to do it, the base index. I've opened the new log file. I didn't do this. I didn't do any of this stuff yet. I guess this is what we're doing in the future, right? So make a copy of the database. Why don't I just copy from here? What? How did I guess Alt-Tab inside of OneNote does something weird? Okay. Nice to know, I guess. Okay, so, log compaction. Here, right? Paste. To do. To do. To do. And so it's 4 tasks roughly, right? Make a copy of the game database using the new base index as the stem. So kind of similar to the start transition, where no, actually it's exactly this one. So it'll be the new DB path. Will be this .db, new base index, right? Oh, how did that should gone there and that goes there. I don't know what happened there. So copy the game database is easy, right? So we're going to do fs standard fs copy from db path. Okay, we don't have a db path. Can I import that from the other place? No, because it's probably not exported. It's in game state, right? Can I export a public? I don't know if I can do that. Actually, I don't see why I couldn't. So can I import it here? It doesn't know how to do that. So it's currently in game state. So use game state. What crate is game state in? Oh, it's in a different crate. So then, maybe I should just expose an API to get this then. That makes, actually, that makes more sense. So, this would go to game state and say copy from game state DB path to new DB path. And then let's just panic if it doesn't work for now. Although I guess what I want to do is do all this stuff inside a fallible function, catch an error, just log the error, and stop the compaction. Yeah, I'll have to figure this out. Right now we'll just panic if something goes wrong. Unable to copy game database to form a new snapshot. Okay, so I need DB path from this interface right here. So must use pub function DB path self gives me a path which will be can I say it's a static path? Because really I'm just going to return DB path. I don't even need self, actually. Cannot find DB in this. Well, where is it then? It's at the top, isn't it? Oh, it's DB file. Okay, my bad. DB file. That didn't work. The type wrong? Oh, what are you talking about? I can't find it. Oh, did I accidentally hit paste on there? That's what I did. How stupid. Okay. So I can write the documentation for this. This isn't too hard. Return the path to the game's database file. And while I'm at it, let's get the DB backup path too. Return the path to the game's database backup file. DB backup path. Is it DB file backup? I don't remember which way I did it. Yeah, alright. Okay, so then copy from there, what? Must have a self. Okay, so game state self DB path. Really? Oh, this thing. Okay. We did it. We made a copy of the game database. So apply all log entries. That's the hard one. I'm not going to get to that today because I'm running out of time. I'm getting kind of tired. It's been almost 5 hours. Let's do the easy stuff and end the stream. I'll do the hard stuff later. Delete old game. So this one's easy. So this is standard fs remove file interface db backup path dot expect unable to delete game database backup file. Okay, and then rename the current game database to make it the game database backup. Standard fs rename from backup path, no, to backup path from current path. Dot expect unable to rename game unable to make the game database into the backup. Well, unable to move the game data, the old game database. How do I say this? To be the backup. I feel like I'm missing some step. I am missing a step. I'm missing this step right here. Make a copy of the game database to make it the current database. Yeah, final step. Standard FS, actually it's exactly like this one, right? Copy that to that. Unable to old game database. Unable to copy. Unable to install new game database. We don't have to say that whole string there. And it's not letting me use it probably because I moved it. Let's just borrow it in both places. Actually, I guess that's the last time we use it, so I don't have to borrow it there. All right, the hard part is applying. So this has to do with like opening the database and then running SQL commands for everything in the in the log up to this new base index, basically, and then closing it. So maybe I just put it into a function for now. So apply commands to database. New DB path, new base index. And it's probably going to be very fallible, so we'll just have an expect here. Actually, I kind of want to do a map error and then expect it. Because if you just do an expect, it doesn't print the source, does it? Oh, and the content there. Okay, so this will work. This will work. Unable to apply commands to new database. Okay, and then that's a function we need, which is going to be asynchronous, so I might as well do an await here. And I need the game, it's going to need the game state. All right. Pub async function that returns a result error. Oh wait, I don't have my own error. Oh, but we can just anyhow error. There we go. Okay, just pretend it worked. Right. It needs that and the path. New DB path is a path. Because we're going to use that afterwards, right? Yeah, so we need to just let them borrow it. That's fine, right? What's wrong with this? Can I find it in scope? Well, the import's working now. Nice. Okay, so this is probably where I'm going to leave it for now. Make sure I don't have any other warnings. Next index isn't used. Why not? Oh. Wait. I thought I needed that for some reason. Why did I think I needed that? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, right, because I moved it into here, right? Yeah, so this I don't actually need. Okay. This is why we always obey all of the warnings. Okay, it's warning me about something in the standard library. I don't know why. Okay, I'm missing an arm here. I'm missing an arm! Ah! Fill the arm. I don't know which one we're missing. What? Can you just tell me what I'm missing? Log compacted. I thought I added that. I guess not. Self log compacted. What are we... Oh, we're just writing out that word. Alright. Now what? Can I just like close that file and have it not warning me? Yeah, perfect. Okay, result not used. Yes. Although I did do a panic. Maybe... Is that just that one place where I used the question mark? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe I just do away with this for now and just do an expect. Maybe I'll come back to this to handle errors without panicking. So here it's unable to create new game log blank blank new path. Well, that's it, right? Why am I bothering to unwrap or else panic? Oh, it's to include the new path, that's why. Yeah, that's actually better. You can't do that in expect. That's why I was doing that. Yeah, so that should really be unwrap or else panic. This stuff. Hey, ArchFMS, let's go. Let's go. I'm almost done for the day, though. I've been going for 5 hours. I need to take a break. Right, so we don't have to say okay there. Unused variable error. Oh, right, yeah. So we actually, if we're taking in charge of the panic, then we're going to have to print it ourselves. There we go. Yeah, I will. I just want to wrap these things up. I want to have a nice point at which to resume later. Okay, what the heck is this telling me? Oh, identical arm, probably because I have an empty arm there. So, okay, how do we handle work output after we've compacted the log? I think what I wanted to do is just mark that we're no longer compacting the log. So it would be self.realmServer.compacting log equals false. I think that's all I need to do. Maybe print a victory notice. Successfully compacted log. Sure, why not? All right, no problems. It can't be no warnings and no errors. That's impossible. Cargo build. Okay, who knows if it works, because this whole procedure, I haven't tested any of it. I think I'm going to be testing it tomorrow, though. Let me make sure that the only place that is not filled in is in log compaction. I guess I don't need these comments anymore. I don't know. Do you guys think these comments help? Because the code is pretty readable. I guess the comments do help here. It didn't cost me anything. I just copied them straight from my my plan for the stream. Anyway, this is the place where I need it. So this is to do. This needs a lot of work. It's probably going to be the subject of tomorrow, because we have to open the database. We have to, for every log entry, we have to do something to the database. And this is going to grow to be a huge thing, because we're going to have literally like dozens and dozens of possible game commands, and we're going to have to do something slightly different for each one. So it won't be too bad to start with because we only have, how many game commands we have? We have 5 game commands right now. Comments are fine? Yeah, I think so too. So these are the 5 game commands. So let me go over what this would do to the database, right? Login with password and login authenticated actually have the same result, right? Because really, and I was thinking about combining these two anyway. The only difference with login with password has the hash, which we don't need to store in the database. That's just to verify that it's correct. Oh, right. That's the difference. If I keep these commands separate, this one always succeeds, but this one only succeeds if this hash matches what's in the database, which means I'll need to do a select and then a compare and then either update or not, right? And the update will be to set these 4 fields. Well, and this unfolds to 3 more, so 6 fields in the database get changed. Player report will basically this turns into a update to the players to set them all logged out if their IDs are not in this list. So that might either be one long complicated update or it'll be a function that does several SQL commands, right? Player disconnected and player logout are the same, I think. Where the database is concerned, they just wipe the session information out. They undo a login. And that's all I have so far, right? So it's complicated enough that I don't think I want to do them right now. I think I want to take a break first. So I'm going to check this in and go raid somebody. Who should we raid? Should I get that kind of figured out right now? Let's see. I have an idea. I actually have 2 different ideas of who I might want to raid, but let me get this in first. So this is like work in progress implementing log compaction. You just got time, just got here in time for a raid? Sorry, Liquid Egg Product. I've been going for over 5 hours, so I haven't eaten. Need to eat dinner. Okay, so add snapshot interval configuration item. Equip game state with methods and capabilities to handle splitting the log and then shifting to use a new log once compaction is complete. And then I had the code in there, add code to start a new database and have it replace the old one. Actually, I'm missing a step, I think. We don't want to just I don't just want to rename it. I also want to make a copy of the old one, I think. I'll think about that. To replace the old one, yes. And then to do. Apply all game commands up to the new base index to the new database. And then, yeah, I'll just annotate it here. Make a copy of the old game database for archival purposes. Similar to how the log already does that intrinsically by the stem of the file name being the base log index. We just make a new log file every time. So right now, the way I had it is it's deleting the old one or making it a backup, but then it's going to delete the backup after the second compaction. And we don't want to lose all those archival copies, so we'll want to name it based off of the stem again, just like the log file. Oh, wait. I think I know how to do that really easily, actually. Yeah, actually, I might not need to do that. Is the final rename? Did I craft that to make the final rename do that? Oh yeah, this does it, right? Because it doesn't delete the new DB, it just does a copy. So that is the file with the stem with the base index in it. So this becomes the archival copy, and then the new copy becomes the working copy, which gets backed up and then deleted later. Just eat on stream. I could do that, couldn't I? Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I also need to like rest my brain for a while. I think we're just gonna commit this all. Oh, I can say initiate log compaction when the number of committed log entries not compacted reaches or exceeds the snapshot interval setting. Right, we did that in cluster here. Yeah, right here. We said if we're not compacting the log and this number of entries that we have from the base to commit is greater than or equal to snapshot interval, then we're compacting the log, send a message to the worker to start. So I did that thing. I guess another to-do had to do with these panics. We might not want to panic in the log compaction or the log file transition routines functions. Dot dot. Sure, that's a suggestion to future Raimu that you might not want to do that. Fill in missing documentation. Someday. When hell freezes over, probably. Okay, I'm gonna commit that. And this is an artifact of the Git client I use. I think it's some cute GDK thing. What's the most complicated complex language to learn? Rust is pretty far up there, Lou Vanderbeet. But C++ is also pretty complicated these days, especially if you want to learn all the different versions of C++, because you might learn C++ 20 and then have to support some old code which is written in C++ 98. So it can be pretty complicated, especially if you have to deal with multiple versions. I didn't want to mention BrainF because that's a toy language designed to be complicated on purpose, but it's a special case. That's a whole special category. I was guessing that you were thinking of like useful. Well, I shouldn't say the word useful, but traditional languages. Languages used to actually make things, not to demonstrate obfuscation, right? Because the BrainF and other related languages are really just used for obfuscation contests. Assembly isn't really complicated. It's just very verbose. You have to build everything in it, right? Easy to learn but hard to use? Really? I thought it was hard to use and learn, but okay. I'll take your word for it, Edwin. I think we're going to raid Creative Null because I haven't had a chance to raid him yet. He is a relatively new streamer. He's working on Svelte today. Let me start that raid going. He's like a newer member of the science and tech community. He, you might have seen him in Melky Dev's stream or Teach's stream or Primogen's stream. So let's give him some love. Looks like he's working on a recipes app. So anyway, I should be back tomorrow. Hope to see you then. And what happened to my raid pop-up? Did it not work? Let me try again. Something went wrong. Try running that quick action again later. Okay. Let me type it in chat then. Raid creative null. You already have a raid in progress. Okay. I don't know how to... The pop-up disappeared. I don't know how to click it. So eventually we're going to be raiding over there. I don't know how to kick it off now. I guess I have to wait till it times out. Well, that's a bummer. I never had this happen. The pop-up to raid vanished, and I can't get it back. And I can't... How do you... Can I cancel a raid? I don't know. Eventually the raid's going to kick over. And I'll disappear, and you'll see creative null instead. What's the normal timeout? Like 30 seconds? 60 seconds? This is frustrating. Because I don't know at what point it's going to switch over. In chat, it does say it's been canceled. Okay, let me type it again. It says you already have a raid in progress. I can't raid right now. Let me type it from this one. You don't have permission to perform that action. Really? I don't have permission to raid right now. I don't know what to do. How about we all just click over there and I'll just host him? Sound good? I can't raid right now. It says you already have a raid in progress. So I'm just going to hit... Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit host right now and just end the stream. Here we go. Okay. See you over there. I'm going to click it right now. Take care. Bye.